Good morning, everyone. Our esteemed dignitaries are joining us on the dais. We request the audience to kindly welcome them with an enthusiastic applause.
A very good morning to one and all. I, Rachna Srikumar,
And I, Kanav Singh,
deem it our great privilege to welcome you all on behalf of NICMAR University, Pune, to the 10th edition of the International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management, ICCRIP 2026.
the construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management CRIP sector has been central to India's remarkable journey of economic and infrastructural transformation. As a key driver of national development, the sector contributes significantly to economic growth, employment generation, urbanization, and the creation of resilient and sustainable communities. At NICMAR University, this transformative sector is at the heart of our academic research and professional engagement. With its long-standing commitment to excellence in construction, infrastructure, real estate, and project management education, NICMAR has played a significant role in developing skilled professionals and contributing to the evolving needs of the CRIP industry.
Against this dynamic backdrop, ICCRIP 2026, the 10th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management, brings together academicians.
We request our audience to kindly join us in playing obeisance to Goddess Saraswati.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you all. We request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats.
We would like to take this opportunity to introduce NICMAR University to our research scholars, paper presenters, delegates, and guests. Established in 1983, NICMAR has built a distinguished legacy in construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management education. With a strong focus on academic excellence, industry engagement, research, and innovation, what began as a specialized institution committed to advancing professionalism and excellence in the construction industry has over the years evolved into India's most progressive built environment university. Throughout this remarkable journey, NICMAR has remained steadfast in its commitment to academic excellence, industry relevance, research, innovation, and nation building. Today, its vibrant community of over 34,000 accomplished alumni and a strong network of industry partnership stand as a testament to this trust and excellence that define NICMAR legacy. As we continue to build on this legacy and look towards the future, we invite you to join us in celebrating the institution we are proud to be part of. May I now request all the dignitaries, faculty members, delegates, and guests to kindly join us for the NICMAR anthem.
विद्या की ये कर्म भूमि है, सब ज्ञानों का सार है। शान से कहते हैं जिसको अपना प्यारा निकमार है। यहाँ बसने वालों के रग रग में बहता सच्चा प्यार है। शान से कहते हैं जिसको अपना प्यारा निकमार है, अपना प्यारा निकमार है। एक नए प्रयास की खोज में हर सुबह यहाँ पर होती है। एक नए इतिहास की खोज में हर शाम यहाँ पर ढलती है। हर रात जहाँ पर होती है विचारों की टकरार है। शान से कहते हैं जिसको अपना प्यारा निकमार है, अपना प्यारा निकमार है। ये वक्त है अपना साथी, कल भी है अपना। ये साथ है आपका साथी, सच्ची राह दिखलाना। निकमार के हैं हम बंदे सभी, नव भारत का इरादा है। आओ साथ में हम गाएं, हम समय परिवर्तन का, हम समय परिवर्तन का। मंजिल हमारी दूर से ही राहों को बनाने आए हैं। कांटों भरी राहें चाहे हो, हम फूल बिछाने आए हैं। बुद्धि और कौशल से होता दुखों का यहाँ संहार है। शान से कहते हैं जिसको अपना प्यारा निकमार है, अपना प्यारा निकमार है। हम भी तो निकमार है, हमसे ही निकमार है। हाँ हम ही निकमार है, हम ही तो निकमार है।
Thank you all.
It is now a privilege to welcome our distinguished guests and dignitaries to this landmark 10th edition of ICCRIP. We now have the honor of felicitating our esteemed guests as a mark of our respect and gratitude for the gracious presence.
I now invite Conference Chief Patron and President NICMAR University Pune, Dr. Vijay Gupchup, to felicitate our chief guest, Mr. Jayanta Basu, Managing Director, SEM India Projects Limited.
I now request Dr. Anil Agarwal, Conference Patron and Vice Chancellor in Charge, NICMAR University Pune, to kindly felicitate a guest of honor, Mr. Don Ward, Chief Executive, CIB, UK.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Tapish Kumar Ganguly, Conference Mentor and Director General Interim NICMAR, to kindly felicitate Dr. Vijay Gupchup, Conference Chief Patron and President, NICMAR University, Pune. Thank you, sir. ICCRIP takes immense pride in supporting the CRIP sector and help it benefit through innovations based on cutting-edge research. Like its previous editions, this year as well, we have received over 265 papers, out of which 188 abstracts are published in the Book of Abstracts. We are proud to release the Book of Abstracts on this prestigious platform. We request our dignitaries to do the honors. Thank you, dignitaries. It is our immense pleasure and privilege to have these distinguished personalities amongst us here today. Taking the inaugural ceremony proceedings ahead, we would like to invite Dr. Rajinikanth Rajans, Convener, ICCRIP 2026, and Dean Research and Development, NICMAR University, Pune, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you. Chief guest, Mr. Jayanta Vasu. Guest of honor, Mr. Don Ward. Interim Director General NICMAR, Dr. Tapas Kumar Ganguly. President NICMAR University Pune, Dr. Vijay Gupchup sir. Vice Chancellor in charge, NICMAR University Pune, Dr. Anil Agarwal sir. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, faculty colleagues, conference partners, participants, and dear students. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 10th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure, and Project Management, ICCRIP 2026. This is particularly a special occasion for NICMAR, as we are celebrating the 10th year of a decade of our conference. Dr. Jonathan Koner, the convener of first ICCRIP, along with his team, conceptualized this conference in the year 2016. And over these 10 years, we have learned, experimented, evolved, and grown together. Year after year, our conference committees have aspired to create an innovative, engaging, and enriching experience for all our participants. I am thankful to the management of NICMAR for giving me this opportunity to lead the last 4 editions of ICCRIP, one as co-convener and last 3 as the convener. At a time when conferences are increasingly reshaping their formats, from full-length paper to extended abstracts and to only abstracts, ICCRIP has dared to take a reverse path. We moved from abstracts to extended abstracts, and this year we had invited only direct full paper submissions. With this year we received 265 full-length papers. And when we were having a meeting with our committee members just a day before closing day, we had around 170 papers with us. So we were expecting around 200 papers by next day. And believe me, in one day, the closing day, we received 100 papers at one go. Following a rigorous review process, we invited 188 papers presentations for today, 2 days of presentations, today and tomorrow. So if we look at total rejection rate, around 30% of papers we rejected in our conference, which is particularly a rare event in conferences. In journals, we talk about rejection, but in conferences, normally we don't talk about rejection. With participation from 10 countries, ICCRIP 2026 reflects not only the growing stature of conferences, but also its increasing global reach and impact. We are deeply grateful to our academic partners and knowledge partners, whose continued support and collaboration have played a vital role in shaping ICCRIP into what it is today. Without their sustained contribution, the conference would not have achieved this scale, diversity, and quality over the periods. Year after year, we have expanded our collaboration network with the vision of making ICCRIP a truly global platform for knowledge sharing, dissemination, collaboration, and innovation. This year, ICCRIP 2026 proudly brings together 10 academic partners and 10 knowledge partners. Last year, we had 17 partners with us. Our academic partners include Loughborough University, UK, Wentworth Institute of Technology, USA, University of the West of England, Bristol, University Technology, Malaysia, IIT Madras, MANIT Bhopal, SPA Bhopal, SPA Delhi, Indian Institute for Human Settlement, and BITS Pilani. Our knowledge partners include Project Management Institute, CIB, L&T Institute of Project Management, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, National Disaster Management Authority India, INCOBAN, Pune Construction Engineering Research Foundation, Institute of Town Planners India, the Institute of Asset Management India, and SICA. I take this opportunity to once again invite prominent academic institutions, industry organizations, professional bodies, think tanks to collaborate with ICCRIP in our mission to make ICCRIP one of the largest and most influential impact-making platform for knowledge sharing and collaboration in built environment field. At the heart of ICCRIP is a simple and powerful philosophy: to connect academia with practice and to catalyze research, innovation, and meaningful impact in the built environment. ICCRIP 2026 has an exciting program lined up with more than 188 papers scheduled for presentation, along with papers in doctoral colloquium, presentations under practitioner's perspective, and 5 industry showcases featuring innovative products, technologies, and solutions for construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management. Another exciting initiative this year is our hackathon. We are doing this every year along with IIT Madras. We received more than 100 team entries from different parts of the world. Following 2 rounds of screening and shortlisting, 6 teams have been invited to present their work tomorrow. The quality and diversity of research submissions this year are truly encouraging. From India, we received papers from several prominent institutions, including IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Guwahati, NIT Delhi, NIT Warangal, NIT Jaipur, NIT Rourkela, NIT Trichy, SPA Bhopal, Indian Institute for Human Settlement, and many more. From overseas, we received contributions from institutions including Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Georgia Institute of Technology, Clemson University, US, Hanoi Architectural University, Vietnam, Wentworth Institute of Technology, US, and many others. We are particularly pleased to continue our efforts to encourage and support young researchers. This year, we extended NICMAR Doctoral Scholar Conference Grant. This is the conference grant which we provide it to other research scholars coming to attend ICCRIP, other than NICMAR students. So this year we extended this. Last year also we had extended to 10 PhD scholars, and this year also we extended to 10 PhD scholars, including reimbursement of their travel expenses and complimentary accommodation. The purpose of this grant is to support scholars who do not have financial assistance from their research institutions. I would like to take a moment to appreciate the scholars who, after being selected, voluntarily informed us that they already had institutional funding and therefore chose not to avail themselves the funding. Their honesty and generosity enabled us to extend these fundings, these grants, to the waitlisted candidates. Such gesture embody the spirit of academic community we aspire to build, one based not only on excellence, but also on integrity, fairness, and mutual support. Our objective of promoting the dissemination and wider impact of research presented at ICCRIP has also been supported by various publication partners. This year, the special issue has been approved by Journal of Structural Engineering and Construction Practices, ASCE Journal. The Indian Concrete Journal is also bringing out a special issue for ICCRIP. Emerald Emerging Markets case study has supported ICCRIP since last 4 years, and they are publishing every time a special issue for us. Lecture Notes in Civil Engineering by Springer is also, they have partnered with us for many years. And this year also 2 volumes they have agreed to publish with us. The Journal of Real Estate, Construction and Management is also accepting selected ICCRIP papers. Altogether, we have 6 Scopus indexed publication partners supporting ICCRIP. These collaborations are a matter of great pride for us because they strengthen our belief that ICCRIP is not merely a conference for presenting research, it is becoming a meaningful platform for creating, disseminating, and translating knowledge into impact across the construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management sector. In fact, here I would like to share, yesterday only I received a mail from one company. They have shown interest to purchase the ICCRIP proceeding publications of last 2-3 years. They have identified few papers and they are willing to purchase those papers. As we begin these 2 days of knowledge confluence, I invite all of you to go beyond simply presenting your papers. Let us listen deeply, let us question constructively, let us exchange ideas openly, and most importantly, let us envision collectively the future of our built environment. On behalf of entire organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to our academic partners, knowledge partners, sponsors, speakers, reviewers, authors, volunteers, and every individual who contributed in making ICCRIP 2026, and we are today here to welcome you all. Your support has saved this journey over past decade, and we look forward to building a stronger and more collaborative future editions of ICCRIP. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the 10th ICCRIP. I wish all the 2 days of the meaningful discussion, stimulating ideas, valuable connections, and enriching experiences of ICCRIP 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and welcoming address. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Anil Agrawal, Conference Patron and Vice Chancellor in Charge, NICMAR University, Pune, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to all. With pride and honor, I welcome respected our chief guest, Mr. Jayant Basu, Managing Director, SIM India Project Limited. Guest of honor, Don Ward, Chief Executive, CIB UK. Conference Chief Patrons, Dr. V.N. Gupchup, President of NICMAR University, Pune. Conference Mentors, Dr. Tapash Ganguly, Director General, NICMAR. Conference Convener, Dr. Rajnikant Rajans, Dean, Research and Development. My faculty colleague, staff, my dear students, guests from industry and academia, I am deeply honored to welcome you all to the International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure, Project Management, ICCRIP 2026. It's my privilege as the Vice Chancellor of NICMAR University, Pune, and patron of the conference that today marks the beginning of the yet another milestones in NICMAR University journey as we inaugurate the 10th ICCRIP 2026. In this conference, participants from many countries are, say, from the US, Singapore, South Africa, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Nigeria, UK, Serbia, and making this as a truly international conference. A brief about NICMAR. NICMAR was founded in 1983-84 by industry giants in the construction sectors, Hindustan Construction Company, L&T, Gammon India, SPCL, Patel Engineering, and Afghans, and many more. NICMAR started working from the Mumbai Tardeo centers and moved to the Pune campus. I am pleased to say that in May 2022, NICMAR Pune got recognized as a state-private university. NICMAR has maintained recognition as a scientific and industrial research organization, CIRO, by the Ministry of Science and Technology since 1989. We are also received international recognitions, accreditations from the PMI GAC. We are leaders in CRIP sectors. CRIP means construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management. We have now also entered in the environment, energy sectors, Bachelors of Architect, BTech Civil, MTech programs. Actually, we are having the 7+2 schools, which are offering 14 PG/UG programs, including the PhD. Today, NICMAR also have the state private university in Hyderabad and campus in NCR, Delhi. This conference is not merely a gathering of professionals and scholars. It is an exchange of ideas, best practices in teaching, learning, innovations, underways, technological transformations in the projects. Institute keeps organizing, conducting such conferences, seminars, symposiums, conclaves. I do remember that even during Professor Ken Wett's tenure as a DG, we are organizing HRD round table to interact with the industry and the academia. We do organize the HR conclaves, the national level postgraduate research symposiums, and our faculty undertakes many research and consultancy projects like measurements of productivity of construction activities, market survey of construction equipments, competency mapping and assessments of professionals, issues in adoptions of rooftop solars, planning of irrigations, projects lift irrigation systems, construction site safety assessments for CRIDA, manpower requirement for construction projects, and many more. To encourage faculty members in their research works, the university sponsors them to participate in domestics as well as in the international conferences. We do have a well-structured research policies to fund their research projects with the institute's seed money up to 2 lakh rupees for the early career research grants for young faculty, 5 lakhs for mid-career research grants, and 10 lakhs research grants for vice chancellors challenge grants. The faculty receives incentives for publishing papers in various categories of journals, Scopus, SCI, ABDCs, and so on, ranging from 5,000 to 3 lakh rupees. Depending on the journal category, they publish the papers. In the last 3 years, I am proud to say that more than 400 papers have been published, and in this, about 150 papers are in the Scopus and ABDC listed journal ones. To equip the students with the real-life project problems and best practices adopted by the industries, The students program includes built-in summer internships, and their projects is mostly based on the problems the project faces. Every Wednesday after lunch, we have a dedicated slots for the industry talk for the students. For each course, faculty members are required to organize a session by an industry experts in their own domain area, or maybe sessions by the alumni. More than 200 sessions almost we delivered in a year's times. ICCRIP 2026 is a vital part of this transformations. It brings together the industry leaders who understands the practical realities of a large-scale projects, academics and researchers who can explore and validate new approaches, and young innovators who dare to think differently. Over the next 2 days, you will come across not just as the application of various tools and methods to solve the different problems, but also learn the business models, regulatory frameworks, and human skills required to make these methodologies, technologies truly impactful. At NICMAR University, we recognize the urgent need to equip the next generation of the engineers, managers with digital literacies, AI fluencies, innovations-driven mindsets. Our goal is to ensure that when our students step out into the industry one, they are not just job seekers, but they will be job creators. Friends, the future of construction and infrastructures in India will defined by how we embrace, adapt, govern technologies such as drones, robotics, AR, VR, AI, and IoT. Let's use ICCRIP 2026 not only to showcase the innovations, but to critically examine their relevance, scalability, and ethics. Let's forge partnerships between the academia and industries to grow together. I urge each one of you to engage fully, share your knowledge, experience, practices, contribute your unique insights. I invite all of you to contribute wholeheartedly to the conference success. Together, let's shape an ecosystem that will be smarter, greener, more sustainable, more inclusive, and more human. Thank you, and I wish you a meaningful, inspiring, and enjoyable conference ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. We would now like to take the opportunity to invite Dr. Tapash Kumar Ganguly, Conference Mentor and Director General Interim NICMAR, to address the gathering.
Our chief guest, Mr. Jayant Basu, Managing Director, India Projects Limited. Our guest of honor, Mr. Don Ward, Chief Executive, CIB UK. Conference Chief Patron and President, NICMAR University, Pune, Dr. Vijay Gupchup. Conference Patron and Vice Chancellor, Dr. Anil Agarwal. Conference Convener, Dr. Rajnikant Rajans. Members, Board of Trustees and Board of Governors. Members, Academic Council and Governing Body, NICMAR University, Pune. Industry leaders, esteemed keynote speakers, academicians, researchers, practitioners, faculty, staff, and students. Good morning to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to share my thoughts on the occasion of this 10th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure, and Project Management, ICCRIP 2026. The construction industry today stands at a critical juncture. Traditionally viewed as an execution-driven sector, it must now transition into a knowledge-driven industry. In this transformation, research plays a central and indispensable role. Whether it is the digital transformation of project delivery through BIM, Building Information Model, AI, and IoT, the advancement of sustainable and high-performance construction, materials and modular, precast and 3D printed building systems, or the creation of climate-responsive infrastructure and net zero pathways, research provides the foundation upon which meaningful progress can be built. India already offers encouraging proof of points. The Indian Green Building Council's registered footprints has crossed roughly 1.5 billion square feet across over 19,000 projects, making India home to the world's second largest green building movement. While pioneering structures such as the Indira Paryavan Bhavan in New Delhi, the country's first net zero energy government building, demonstrates what is achievable when research-backed design meets execution. It enables us to anticipate challenges, design better systems, and deliver solutions that are efficient, inclusive, and future-ready. At the same time, it is important that we reflect on the quality of research being produced. While there has been a noticeable increase in research output across institutions, the true measure of excellence lies not in the quantity of publications, but in their quality and impact. Rigorous in methodology, relevance of the problem being addressed, and the ability to contribute to both knowledge and practice are what define meaningful research. Publishing in reputed journals and adhering to global standards must remain a priority if we are to build credibility and create lasting value. Equally important is the need to strengthen applied research. The construction industry faces numerous real-world challenges that are well documented. As of early 2026, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation reported that nearly 2,000 ongoing central sector infrastructure projects had together absorbed cost overruns exceeding rupees 5.6 lakh crore, underscoring the urgent need for better project governance, risk management, and delivery models. On the workforce front, a 2025 study by the International Labour Organization, the Confederation of Indian Industry, and the Employers Federation of India found that women make up barely 12% of India's construction workforce, and a much smaller share still of technical and managerial roles, pointing to the pressing need for diversity, equity, and inclusion across the CRIP sector. And on resilience, the New Delhi headquartered Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, an initiative born out of India's own leadership, estimates that a disaster costs the country close to US $31.6 billion a year in infrastructure losses alone. A reminder of why climate response design and post-disaster recovery strategies deserve as much research attention as new construction. Research must move beyond theoretical exploration and become a powerful problem-solving tool, whether through a digital twins and predictive analytics for smart asset management, or through resilient design and recovery planning. Close collaboration with industry, engagement with the live projects, and a focus on implementable solutions will ensure that research outcomes are not confined to academic discussions, but are translated into tangible improvements on the ground. The objectives of ICCRIP 2026 rightly emphasize the importance of interdisciplinary dialogue and collaboration. India's real estate market alone is projected to reach $5.8 trillion by 2047, contributing over 15% of the country's economic output, and the challenges that come with this growth, spanning emerging trends in real estate, architecture, and urban development to social infrastructure and public asset management for education, healthcare, and public transport, cannot be addressed in isolation. They require the combined efforts of academia, industry, and policymakers. Such collaborations enables the creation of policies and practices that are inclusive, resilient, and aligned with the needs of the future. In conclusion, the cities of tomorrow will not be defined solely by physical infrastructure, but by the strength of ideas, innovation, and integrity that shape them. Let us ensure that our research is relevant, rigorous, and responsible, and that it leads to meaningful impact on society. By doing so, we can contribute to building cities that are not only smart, but also sustainable, inclusive, and human. I congratulate the organizing team of ICCRIP 2026, led by conference convener Dr. Rajnikant Rajans, for creating this important platform for knowledge exchange and collaboration, and extend my best wishes to all participants for productive and enriching conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your insightful speech, sir. It is my privilege to introduce to this esteemed gathering a stalwart of technical education and a distinguished academic leader, our conference chief patron and president of NICMAR University, Pune, Dr. Vijay Gupchup. Dr. Gupchup holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from VJTI and Master of Science and Doctor of Science degrees in civil engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, USA. With a distinguished career spanning over 4 decades in technical education, he has served as professor and principal of VJTI, pro-vice chancellor of the University of Mumbai, and the chairman of the National Board of Accreditation, NBA, constituted by AICTE. A respected academician and institution builder, Dr. Gupchup has contributed extensively to the advancement of technical education at both the state and national levels. His academic contributions include numerous technical publications and invited lectures at leading universities in the United States, including MIT, Northwestern University, Drexel University, Kansas State University, Texas State University, and Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. It is a privilege to have his leadership and guidance at NICMAR and at ICCRIP 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Vijay Gupchup, Conference Chief Patron and President, NICMAR University, Pune.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. In fact, I am a part of the institute as the president of NICMAR University. So it's really homecoming for me. Distinguished guests on the dais, guests in the audience, members of the press, faculty, participants, and young students. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here on the occasion of the 10th, which is a landmark year, 10th conference of NICMAR. I have been a civil engineer, a practicing civil engineer, but also a teacher. I taught at VGTI at University of Mumbai. But one of the things that my institute permitted was to do practice. Engineering is a practice-oriented discipline. Research is extremely important, no doubt about it. But that research has to supplement the practice, because practice is the ultimate goal of engineers. When we talk about research and the teaching learning process, they have to be integrated. As somebody just said, it has to be relevant and useful for the teachers and practicing engineers. In addition to that, we need to have some kind of a record of what has been done in the civil engineering practice. And case studies provide such information. If you are all aware that in the legal profession, there is what they call the Legal Remembrance Cell, LRC. Case studies is equivalent to that as far as we are concerned, because we learn a lot from the case studies. I therefore think that we must keep a record, good record of the cases, and thereby educate the young engineers. I'm very happy that we are celebrating this conference today. I wish the organizers all the success. I wish all the participants, the guests, members of the press, and the students the very best in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful speech. I now request Dr. Vijay Gupchup, Dr. Anil Agarwal, Dr. Tapash Kumar Ganguly to take their seats in the front row. Thank you, sir. It is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Jayanta Basu, a distinguished leader with over 4 decades of experience across engineering, construction, project management, and contracts management. A civil engineering graduate from Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur, Mr. Basu began his professional journey as a graduate engineer trainee in 1986 and rose through the ranks to become managing director of the company in 2019. A domain expert in maritime infrastructure and complex civil engineering projects, he has been instrumental in driving organizational growth, international expansion, and strategic business development. His expertise spans project and contracts management, tendering, estimation, operation strategy, and business development. Beyond industry, Mr. Basu has contributed to the wider infrastructure ecosystem as a National Council member of the Construction Federation of India and serves on the Board of Governors, NICMAR Mumbai. It is a privilege to have with us a leader whose extensive industry experience and strategic insight reflect the very essence of ICCRIP 2026. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Jayanta Basu. Sir, may I take this privilege to invite you to address the gathering.
Hello, Professor Gupchup, Professor Ganguly, Mr. Don Ward, Dr. Rajhans, Dr. Anil Agarwal, Madam Vidya Bhaskar, Mr. Dixit, all the faculty members, students and other dignitaries. Good morning to all of you. This is my second visit to NICMAR. The last time I visited India, 2005 or 6, I remember, to learn how to deal with Primavera. That was the last time I have used Primavera. But that should not deter you to learn Primavera because it has got its own benefits. I'm a civil engineer, construction engineer, not construction engineer, I'm a hardcore construction engineer. Last 40 years in this field, so I have seen how the construction has evolved in our country. So I'll just put something in perspective, some audiovisual for you to understand that what is happening nowadays in construction field in our country. So mostly it is addressed to the student because I believe that we have still a lot to do in construction field where such kind of institution can really help. The more important is to connect between the industry and the institution and the research, of course. When it comes to research, I must say that we are far behind than in the international standard. If you go to China, any institutions, either construction or anything, they spend around 6 to 10% of their cost for research and development. I doubt whether we are even close to that. We normally start the work and start learning and start solving problem. And this creates a lot of issues in our country. And so coming to the Primavera is a tool to make planning. But who does planning? Who knows the job? So fundamentally, you have to know the job. And for that, your closeness to industry is very important. So I would suggest that institutions like NICMAR, they should be closely connected to the industry. You can choose few companies and try to engage your student with projects which are nearby and give some assignment like, for the sake of example, we are doing Pune Metro now, underground metro. It's a great opportunity for your student to go there and spend some time and see how industry works. Coming to the construction industry, it is the fastest growing industry in market now, and it employs second to agriculture sector as the industry, the employment. And we have got huge potential. The GDP growth is contributed largely because of construction industry. There are few statistics, these are all available everywhere. I don't have to deal much on that, but significantly, you have to see that recently, since maybe 5 to 6 years or 10 years, the amount of shift has happened in our construction industry is huge. We are going to do structures which are highly technical, like high-speed rail, long-span bridge, very high-rise buildings, and stuff like that, very large diameter tunnel, various kind of tunnel and various terrains. So definitely those high-tech structures needs to be done with high-tech technology. And given the time, earlier we used to do a job of, say, 200 crores job in 2 years, 3 years time. Now you have to do 2,000 crores, 3,000 crore job in same time. So our scale has increased. Naturally, it requires technology, advanced technology. And with that, we have to be very conscious about the society as well. If you see that today, if you go to any metro or any kind of construction, we really mess up the surroundings. Not proper planning, diversions, and people suffers. That is something we have to take care now so that we give society back. When you start the construction, before the starting of construction, it looks like, during also it should be looking like that. but we don't care about that. With increased volume, the most important part, you have to take care of the safety. I don't know how much you are being taught in this institution about the safety of the construction. Of course, followed by quality is very, very important. And to say so, we are lagging behind compared to international standard when we prepare a drawing for construction. We prepare the drawing just to construct, but it has got other paraphernalia also. You should include the safety factors. You should include the ladder or whatever safety equipment it has to be adjusted, that has to be inbuilt in the drawing so that you don't have to think while construction. So these are a lot of shift we have to do in our approach to the industry, how to deal with. Today, if you see the increase of construction like ports and harbor for the time being, for the ports and harbor, it has increased a lot. Then metro, we are having 5 metros cities, now we have 31 in FY29. Then come to roads and highway, you all know. Airport, in 2014 it was 74, now 163, it is likely to be 360 in the year FY47. Data center, of course, another thing. So there are huge opportunity for construction industry to grow and the construction engineers to deliver. A bit of our company history. I work for India Projects Limited. As you have heard that I joined as a training engineer in 1986. This company started their business in 1931 as a subsidy of branch office of Cementation UK. There are many changes. Today at 2025, 26, we are a size of around 12,000 crore company. And when I joined this company, the revenue was 12 crores per year. And today it is around 12,000 crore per year. So there is a big jump. And we work most of the segments, as you can thought about, maritime structure, MRTS, industrial structure, highway and bridges, and foundation specialists, that was our core strength, water, data center, of course, we have started, dam, hydro, tunnels. So to make it a little bit interesting, I thought that I should show some pictures of the iconic project, what we have been doing. This is a breakwater job at Vizhinjam port, which has recently been inaugurated and it is still growing. Very difficult job. Some of you must be knowing that breakwater construction has to be done in open sea condition, where you have to face the natural forces. So many attempts have been failed, but finally we could do it. Another iconic project at Udangudi, I must give credit to Koi, MD sitting there. They are the designer for that job. It is 8-kilometer approach from the shore in open sea. And then you have got the jetties and the breakwater, island breakwater. Successfully done, commissioned and working now. Few more jobs like this. I must mention about this job. Those who are little bit construction knowledge, those who have, we deal with piling, pile foundation. And normally the diameter of pile foundation, I'm a little bit technical, but I have to be, that is my course, so you have to bear with me for the time being. Diameter of the pile, 1 meter, 1.5 meter, in that range. That is the normally we do. But this pile at Bangladesh we did for transmission tower. You know, Bangladesh has river terrain. The spacing of the transmission tower is 1 kilometer, quite far. So naturally the foundation will have lot of loads. The diameter of pile was 3 meters, and your steel piles. So each pile depth, 100-meter depth, and weight is 400 ton. So you can imagine 400 ton piles, one single pile, 100-meter deep you have to install. So you have to go to Europe, hire the barges, hire the hammers, and we driven 45 piles. Job is done, and the value of the job is 1,500 crores. So you can imagine for 45 piles, 1,500 crores. So this kind of, why I try to show it, this kind of constructions are happening nowadays. And we Indians are doing that. Well, this is airport, some building activity. This is structure I must mention here. In Palam, that New Delhi, Indian Air Force, they are building a museum for the old aircraft to be hanged there. So iconic buildings are being constructed. It will look like the left side bottom, but the present construction is this. Hydro sector, you know, PSP, pump storage, hydro sector, we are doing in Chitravati, so basically marine jobs. Now, for those who are interested, you know the tunneling of metro work is done by tunnel boring machine. And they are very sophisticated machine. For a metro, the diameter of tunnel is around 5 meters, and each machine costs you around 50 to 60 crores. But if you see the coastal road in Mumbai, or some other road tunnels, where the diameter is 15 meter, 12 meter, it is very costly, 400, 500 crores each machine will cost. So, the cost of equipments are increasing, value of the jobs are increasing, and which requires more construction technology to deal with. Just for the purpose of somebody who has interest in such kind of technology, there is a video. I think I'll share it later on. Now coming to the digital advances. Today, we are no more dealt with Primavera. Primavera was there, it is still there. But a lot of technology has come to us now, like digital simulation, building model, BIM. I think you teach building model here also as well. If you imagine a complex structure like airport building or a data center, where you have got a lot of interface with the electromechanical, cabling, piping, stuff like that. But first you build the structure. That time you do not know physically that those stuffs will come when and what will take place. Many a times we faced with a lot of difficulty, you build it and you break it to put your pipe or cable there. Through BIM you can have clash-free drawing. I think that is something as a student you must learn that. Now coming to the automation, there are two kinds of things. You see, basically one is planning and there is monitoring. Both are different. For monitoring, you have got digital tools, many software available today. You can do it by hand, you can by Excel, and you can do it by various tools. But now AI also can help you, not for the monitoring purpose, for the planning purpose. It's like that, as an engineer, we have got knowledge to the extent we know it. But you get data from the AI, which can be utilized for a planning purpose. But that can only give you a reference. That cannot be a final thing. Finally, you have to apply your judgment. Then for estimation, you have got software like Candy. There are other tools also. Green construction, material, there are a lot of changes, recycled steel, green concrete, standards are changing, modular prefabricated construction, as you know. I mean, as much as possible, going forward, we should avoid construction in situ, because you sacrifice the quality a lot. If you can make the building in a laboratory and install it, that's the ideal situation. because the quality control is much better. It requires a lot of less labor. So those are the kind of things evolving nowadays. Professor told me to talk something about the data center, so I'll skip this activity here. Data center, I think, is a talk now because the amount of data are generating it requires to store. But as a chain reaction, data center requires huge amount of power, huge. One data center, 130 megawatt, 180 megawatt, you can imagine. Earlier days, one power plant used to produce that much of power. So as a chain reaction, we require a lot of power to be generated. So what is happening now, new power generations are in the pipeline. And mostly it will not be fossil power because of the environment restriction. So nuclear power is the focus now. We'll find very soon a lot of nuclear power plants coming our country. I want to skip this very technical thing. Now this is the usage of beam. This data center we are building at Navi Mumbai, and all are precast. Each floor is having 15,000 units, which includes beam, slab, column. Very difficult to keep track because you may be doing something which is not required today. And you don't have adequate space to keep them also. So there comes this beam model helps you a lot. That how we are growing the structure. Now this is a school where construction industry will get a lot of leaders in future. Ultimately, leadership matters. So, few points of the leadership which I believe that you also nurture in your college, because you may have great ideas, you may have good technology, but unless there is a leader to pursue them, nothing will happen. I have tried in my company to bring a lot of changes, a lot of new ideas, but that get lost because we didn't have adequate leader to lead them. So leadership is very important. And when you do anything, crisis will be always there. Don't afraid about the crisis. I'm an additional student, not to the faculty members or anybody else. Don't get afraid or scared about the crisis. Crisis is always there. If you face crisis, you will be more enriched in your knowledge. I can give you one example. Many of you will be remembering the crisis at Calcutta Metro 7-8 years back. Underground metro, there's a collapse. At the heart of the city, Esplanade, the buildings are collapsing. And we are the contractor for the underground metro. And I just took as a managing director first month. Imagine the situation. Our share price crashed to 30 rupees, which used to be 200 rupees those days. Big problem. But somehow we keep our cool. We have done the job one after another, one after another. We could overcome the situation. And technically, we have delivered the job successfully as per the quality requirement. So job is done. And we have to take care of the society also. So, and that crisis has taught us a lot. How to be more resilient, how to take the things in perspective. And today our share price is 1,400 rupees, which was 30 rupees few years back. I would like to conclude this session by showing you, I think these are all, I'll hand it out for your one video of Udangudi project. but mostly that industry relationship. Like you can send your team to our particular projects, you can have curriculum, object-wise some program we can do that. Basically, where you want to go from today, just I'll take another 1 minute. More and more, we want to see that our Indian construction industry is working in overseas, so that we can put ourselves up to the power of the overseas contractor. That should be our goal. We should take care of the society and safety and quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the vital connect between industry and research and the need for greater industry funding for research and integration of practical tools such as Primavera into academia. The construction sector, the second largest sector of Indian economy, is undergoing tremendous transformation, presenting a colossal opportunity for India. But this growth must be accompanied by an unwavering focus on safety and improved safety standards. We are truly grateful for your insights and we are very certain that our scholars will greatly benefit from your experience and wisdom. And also the top technological trends that you have shared with us will certainly help our fellow scholars to propagate further research into the sector. So thank you, sir, for your insightful speech. And we are delighted to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Don Ward, Chief Executive, CIB, United Kingdom. It is a privilege to introduce Mr. Don Ward, a globally recognized leader in construction research, innovation, sustainability, and industry transformation, with over 40 years of experience in the built environment sector. Mr. Ward has served as Chief Executive of the International Council for Research and Innovation in Building and Construction, CIB, since 2020. Established in 1953 with the support of the United Nations, CIB is a leading global platform for international cooperation and knowledge exchange in construction and built environment research and innovation. Prior to CIB, Mr. Ward held senior leadership positions, including Chief Executive of Constructing Excellence, where he led the organization for 12 years, as well as the European Construction Institute, Design Build Formation, BE, and Construction Industry Board. His expertise spans industry transformation, research impact, policy, collaborative working, sustainability, and innovation, and he has provided strategic advice to governments and industry stakeholders across more than 30 countries. With his extensive international perspective and deep understanding of the built environment, we are truly honored to have him with us at ICCRIP 2026. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Don Ward. Sir, may we invite you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Esteemed leadership of NICMAR and faculty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your warm welcome and thank you for those words, sir. And thank you for your generous hospitality. And thank you for this magnificent arena. Congratulations on the venue. Congratulations also on the 10th anniversary of ICCRIP. It's no mean feat to achieve 10 years of a conference. It takes a lot to establish an annual conference, and I'm sure you stand on broad shoulders as convener and those that have gone before you. But I congratulate all of you for getting to where you are. Happy birthday, happy 10th birthday. The difficult teenage years are ahead of you, but let's not go there. It's an honor for CIB to be a knowledge partner of this conference, and I'm sure that the 188, was it, papers that are to be presented will be enlightening and, I hope, a key input for improvement and transformation in the industry. I'm going to address my remarks primarily to the students and early career researchers here. That's not to denigrate in any way the senior faculty who have achieved so much already, but the students and ECRs have most of your careers ahead of you, and if I can make a few remarks which are possibly interesting for this conference, that's great, but if one or two of those you might take with you further into your career, that would be even better for me. I want to talk about making an impact in built environment research. I'm not going to talk so much about CIB. You just heard who we are, although I will just briefly summarize with one slide. But my key points are going to be that, as well as all the opportunities we heard about in the industry, there are some challenges, and there are some major challenges, and they are serious, wicked problems, some of them, which require multidisciplinary approaches and new ideas to solve, and hence the vital role that research in our sector plays around the world. We need a high quality, resilient and sustainable built environment. Those challenges are economic, social and environmental, as we heard from previous speakers. But it's a global agenda. You know, most of those challenges are common in many other parts of the world. Yes, of course, the context here is unique and different, and it is indeed in every part of the world unique and different. And I hope that some of you at least will get to travel and experience those different contexts as you work in our industry, whatever your chosen role might be. And my final sort of takeaway is going to be that we need to work harder at closing the apparent gap between research, policy making, and industry practice. There's a lot of knowledge contained in that fine journal of abstracts for this conference, contained much more so in your heads, that if only we could get that out quicker to the industry, we would make a difference. And just to pick on one example, several of you have written papers there about concrete mixes and novel mixes to address the issue, the environmental challenge of concrete. And I congratulate you and commend you for that. There is a really vital challenge there around the world to address the environmental impact of concrete, because it's such a core material for our sector. And I hope that you can take a message around collaboration with industry and policy with you on your research journey. Just a quick word, finally, of introduction about myself. I actually have a degree in physics, but my early jobs were in a materials manufacturing company, a glass and insulation company, and in the electricity generating world. And my first big role was at the UK. I then moved to the UK Building Research Establishment, which means I'm a researcher by background. A building scientist, technically. I worked on low energy buildings. But I'm no academic. I've never taken a second degree. I don't hold a PhD. I'm in awe of all of those of you who have done so or are doing so. But after about 5 years of working in research in that world, I realized that whilst we thought we knew lots of the answers, and maybe we did know some of them, the industry wasn't aware of those answers and wasn't doing anything about those challenges and wasn't making fast enough progress in my field. So I moved into policy, working with industry bodies. And those of you who've written papers, particularly around procurement or contract management, you might have referenced reports by Sir Michael Latham or Sir John Egan, Constructing the Team or Rethinking Construction. And I worked with those guys to help implement their reports in the UK. It was a great honor to do so. I've then ended up running kind of a number of industry organizations, as you heard, but what unites them, what they have in common is they've all been about industry transformation, industry change, industry improvement, if you will, in the UK and also particularly in Hong Kong and in Qatar. My last 6 years at CIB have kind of brought me full circle back into the research world, if you like, and what I brought with me here is a passion for industry transformation, and particularly valuing the contributions to that research, or if you will, academics, research and education, policy making and industry all make. It's a collaborative, it's a combined joint effort. So CIB, as you've heard, is the global platform for researchers to collaborate. We do three main things. We add value in three main ways. We coordinate 40 working commissions and task groups, which are interdisciplinary in their nature. We hold a signature World Building Congress every 3 years. The next one, by the way, will be in Beijing in May 2028. See you there, I hope. Secondly, we support tomorrow's talent through student chapters, including one initiated here at NICMAR, and a global network for ECRs. And we campaign on issues which matter, and it's why the most important one of those being impact. I'll return to this slide later. These are our working commissions, and I'm pretty confident, having looked at the list of abstracts, the titles anyway, of abstracts in the very fine publication, that almost all of you will find a home for your research within one or more of our working commissions or task groups. And I've just highlighted some of the newer ones, and I'm going to come back to that because that's perhaps an indicator of current trends in research in our sector. But to talk about the sector at a strategic level, to help think about the context for your research and the next 2 days. It's a $16 trillion industry globally. It's still growing at 5% a year, and it's around 1/7 of the world's gross domestic product. It is a massive, massive sector. It employs 261 million people. Thank you to the ILO for that one. 7 to 10%, depending on how you count, of the global workforce. Environmentally, we account for 50% of material extraction, 30% of emissions, and 28% of energy consumption. Economically, socially, environmentally, we are huge. The biggest sector, arguably. I like the pestle framework. for thinking about context. And you talked about 5 strategic challenges for the industry here in India. So some of this is kind of duplicating, I hope, complementing what's already been talked about. Because I think wherever you go, and particularly if you find yourself researching or working internationally, it's worth thinking about the context in which you're working. Politically, certain parts of the world are being strongly affected in terms of our industry through international conflicts. You have migration, you have global tariffs. Economically, I've already said it's a huge industry, although that percentage of GDP does vary depending on where you are in the world. In general, many more, compared with, say, 20 years ago in my career, you're seeing a lot more appreciation at a government level of the value of investment in infrastructure. People get that high-quality infrastructure, transport, energy, water, etc., is vital for the rest of the economy, never mind quality of life. Socially, and perhaps accelerated by the global pandemic in 2020-21, more people moving towards home working. You've got an aging population in many parts of the world. You've got a quite right focus on diversity, equality, and inclusion, and better appreciation of well-being, so the work-life balance issues, if you like. But this is also affecting what the demand for our buildings might be. You're seeing in other parts of the world, perhaps in more developed economies, where you've got a high proportion of office buildings which are now redundant because you do not have as many people working in an office as we used to, thanks to IT and home working. So what do you do with those buildings? It's pretty disastrous for the people who own those buildings, for the landlords, if you're not able to repurpose them. Technologically, you did a great summary of the challenges, well, the opportunities, the changes that are happening in technology. I won't emphasize those, but a number of you have written fine papers on the application of robotics and drones and BIM, of course. There are different legal frameworks around the world. Some of the trends there include health and safety legislation. It is becoming even more paramount that we look after our workforce. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in jail, or at least hit with major fines. There are legislation in all sorts of parts of the world for modern slavery and anti-bribery. There is legislation around PPP. And finally, of course, environmental. Wherever you go, you find ourselves experiencing more and more extreme weather events or other natural disasters. I note a number of papers on earthquakes, for example, earthquake resilience. So energy and water resilience are crucial wherever you are, whether the balance differs. I think that is a useful framework in which to position or to understand the context for your work. Thinking about industry, I also think that the econometric analysis of structure, conduct, performance is extremely useful to understand where an industry is and how it operates. The structure of our industry generally, in many parts of the world, is a fragmented one. It's one with a very high proportion of SMEs, small, medium-sized enterprises, compared with other industries. You don't see market consolidation anywhere near to the same extent as you do in other sectors. You have very long supply chain. Now, the economists amongst you and those of you writing papers around the economics of the sector and contract management will be well aware there are good reasons why you would subcontract certain packages and make sure that risk is being handled by the party best able to manage it. But the result is that we have extremely long supply chains, often supply chains that have never worked together before. Multiple tiers of subcontractors. You also have a high level of self-employment in countries like the UK, or of migrant workers, for example, in Qatar or the Middle East generally. And the point about self-employed or migrant workers is there's not the same incentive, if you will, or willingness to invest in training and quality and safety. It is harder to see the imperative without some of the other levers. That's important. Conduct of the industry. As a result of some of that structure, you see an industry which has a fragmented process, which separates design from manufacture, from installation, from maintenance, rather than integrating it as almost every other industry does. We focus on initial capital cost, not whole life performance. And because of the high fragmentation, it's a very highly competitive industry, and an industry which finds it hard to differentiate, and therefore one which tends to compete on lowest price, or is invited anyway to compete on lowest price by its clients, all of which creates situations where there is not enough money in jobs to deliver a good job. It's an industry which still suffers from corruption, poor payment practices, poor health and safety and quality, as we've heard, and frankly a disregard in too many cases for the natural environment. And as a result of that, the performance of the industry is very boom-bust. When times are good, boy is it good, but as soon as an economy suffers a shock, the industry is fast into recession and late out of recession, as clients, are cautious about reinvesting in coming out of a recession. We're also not great at delivering on cost and time. You might as well toss a coin for the 50-50 chance that a project will be delivered to the budget, the contract sum, or that it will be delivered on time. And all of the above means that it can be a very poor industry in terms of profitability. And the boom-bust creates skill shortages. So, hey, it's gloom and doom. Well, actually, no, because most governments, many industry leaders around the world have long since recognized the challenges of the sector, challenges in the sector, and you can see some global trends in policy and practice, which I think are worth reflecting on. They may not all be evident here, but trust me, they're evident around the world. And I'm pleased to say, and I would say, that safety, health, and well-being is top of that list. Whether that's through increased legislation, corporate manslaughter, as the UK bill is titled, or whether it's through better procurement practices by clients, putting an emphasis on demonstration of safety competence in tenders, or whether it's industry leaders, frankly, just demonstrating the social responsibility to make sure that their people go home safe and well at night after work. Digitalization is, of course, a massive trend, and policies have backed this up in some parts of the world where governments have required the use of BIM on their projects, for example. Ditto modern methods of construction, off-site, industrialized construction, particularly where you have perhaps challenges to the traditional methods of construction. So I'm thinking, for example, of Saudi Arabia and the Red Sea, or Hong Kong and the congested urban spaces there, where modern methods of construction have brought very important benefits to the process. You see governments making commitments around environmental sustainability. To some extent, a lot of progress to be made, and particularly perhaps in embodied carbon. Again, 1 or 2 papers in the conference on that. 18% of emissions associated with our sector are in the materials. Actually, they're largely in concrete, steel, and glass. Social value in procurement kind of brought home for me during the global pandemic, when global supply chains were interrupted, or when the Suez Canal was blocked, and you had massive disruption to the supply of materials into the construction markets in many parts of the world. And people realized that maybe it'd be a good idea if we source materials closer to home. Or if I'm a local municipality, a local government, investing in a new school or a major infrastructure project, whatever it might be, maybe it would be a nice idea if some of those jobs went to some of my local residents. And that idea of social value, again reflected in one or two of the papers for the conference, has taken hold in some very positive ways around the country. And finally, urban renewal. So, still a huge amount of investment in new infrastructure here, but in other parts of the world less so. And the focus is much more on urban renewal. And my eye was caught in July when I was passing through an airport in China by the China Daily's article on people-centered urban renewal. The government focusing now, much more so, not on new infrastructure, but on urban renewal. Just a little bit on, is the research agenda following some of those trends? Well, yes, it is. I mean, our World Building Congress reflected that in terms of the most popular themes for research. I haven't had time to do a count of your papers, but I suspect that agenda there is reflected in the balance of the papers that you're writing, the research that you're doing. And as I said earlier, the new commissions that we see being proposed at CIB in terms of global collaboration obviously include AI, social value, a number of them around environmental sustainability, and they include lean, for those of you who've written papers on lean, and construction 5.0. So yes, I think the research agenda probably is, following those challenges and global trends in the sector pretty well. Let's come to some thoughts about research trends, research itself as an activity. As I've said, I think it's responding to sector trends and industry needs reasonably. I think there's closer potential for more industry collaboration, particularly perhaps with research. We tend to have a sort of longer term timescale for research than perhaps industry would like. Industry can bring a problem to the table which it needs a solution for tomorrow, and we want to carry out a PhD study on it for 4 years. So that kind of isn't a good match. So there are models to address that, but we probably need to improve. But in general, I would suggest the picture is rosy. The funding of research, not so rosy in some parts of the world. Governments are always strapped for cash, are always under pressure for competing priorities, and you see less funding often from governments, except where there is a national crisis, as was mentioned, or where research can be aligned to procurement priorities. As I mentioned, some of the governments around the world starting to require the use of BIM or off-site production, and happy to invest in a level of research to support that. What you are seeing, though, is more investment from private foundations. I'm thinking of the big philanthropies. And you're also seeing some very strong programs, for example, in the European Union, which include collaborative programs with other parts of the world. I'm not going to talk about AI. You maybe be pleased to know there are many experts in the room on that, and there are others much more qualified than I to talk about AI. But of course, AI brings challenges to research. It perhaps brings even more challenges to teaching and learning. But suffice to say, we need to be aware of those. I like the increasing alignment of research to the Sustainable Development Goals. I like and respect universities who have set out their entire mission and vision to align their whole programs and their whole values to the SDGs. There is no more fundamental or important agenda. I think, as was touched on earlier, actually, researchers have traditionally thrived on coming together in this way in traditional conferences, not because of the 10-minute opportunity to present your paper, but for the opportunity to get feedback on it and for the informal networking. And no one yet has invented a Zoom technology, in my experience, that can replicate anything like the experience or the potential value of the networking. Make sure you network during this conference. Check out the names of the people who've written papers related to your themes. Use LinkedIn to understand which academics, which senior faculty are here who are expert in your subject matter. Come and talk to me and some of the other distinguished industry people. You won't get that opportunity on Zoom. Not in the foreseeable future. No one is yet developing platforms, digital platforms, which can replicate anything like what you can achieve in a conference. And please take that message home to your finance directors and those who fund travel for such conferences. How else will researchers build social capital for future collaboration? And finally, on this slide anyway, I still think there is a lot of room to improve how we communicate the value of our research. So I mentioned impact, I mentioned bridging the gap or closing the gap between research, policy and industry practice. I think it can start with you in terms of, if I find myself in a lift with you for 30 seconds, what's your elevator pitch about why your work's important? To me as a policymaker or to me as an industry person, or perhaps me as a research funder. Cool, yes, but develop a plain language explainer for why what you do matters. Use video to do it, use social media to do it. The value of research is in how it informs policy making. It provides the evidence base, I hope, for informed policy and decision making. It informs investment decisions by industry and by governments for the long term. It supports risk appraisal, future resilience of the built environment. It provides ideas for innovation, for commercial exploitation, innovation, and advancement for the industry. And it supports and it benefits from global collaboration and the knowledge, global knowledge base. Why is your research important? It's buried in some of that, I suggest. And finally, I want to conclude by going back to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. No more fundamental or important agenda. How does your work align to the SDGs? We actually required every paper at the World Building Congress in 2025 to tell us which of the SDGs was number one for their research, the number one alignment, and what was their number two. And there are some obvious ones. You know, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and sustainable cities and communities are obviously all about us, right? If our industry can't deal with those, no one else can. So that's the starting point. But some of these goals, the industry is actually part of the problem, not the solution at the moment. Whether that's gender equality, responsible consumption of materials, climate pollution. So we've got work to do on that area. But when we do our job well, a number of these goals are directly supported by the products of our industry. Good schools, well built and well managed, deliver great education. Good hospitals, well built and well managed, deliver great healthcare, or they support the delivery of great healthcare. Great office buildings, great business productivity. Great infrastructure, great transport, great sanitation, great clean water, great energy systems. I put it to you, no other industry makes as big a contribution or has as much a contribution to make to the UN SDGs than our industry, which is why your research is more important in contributing to the SDGs. I hope that is a message you can sort of do something with. I hope what I've had to say has been at least vaguely interesting, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for bringing the much-needed focus to environmental research and the need for multidisciplinary approaches to address the socio-economic and environmental challenges the industry is facing. Your emphasis on bringing research, policymaking, and industry practice together along with the pestle analysis you shared as a lens for understanding the industry, and the people-first approach that you recommended provides an excellent context for identifying future research directions. We are certain the challenges and experiences you shared so candidly with us will inspire our scholars to navigate their own challenges with resilience and contribute meaningfully to policy and industry. Thank you, sir. With this, we formally close the inaugural ceremony of ICCRIP 2026. On behalf of NICMAR University, Pune, we extend our heartfelt thanks to honorable dignitaries for gracing the inaugural ceremony. Their presence and insightful words have deeply inspired us all. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our platinum sponsors, SBI, L&T Construction, and Tata Projects for their generous support in making ICCRIP 2026 a grand success.
We sincerely acknowledge our academic partners for their expertise and support. We are deeply grateful to our academic partners, Birla Institute of Technology and Science Pilani, Indian Institute of Technology Madras, Indian Institute of Human Settlements, Loughborough University, Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, University of Technology, Malaysia, University of West of England, Bristol, and Wentworth Institute of Technology. Their collaboration and commitment to advancing knowledge have enriched this conference with an inspiring spirit of scholarly exchange.
We also extend our sincere appreciation to our knowledge partners, the International Council for Research and Innovation in Building and Construction, Project Management Institute, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, National Disaster Management Authority, India, Pune Construction Engineering Research Foundation, L&T Institute of Project Management, SICA, Institute of Town Planners, India, the Institute of Asset Management, India, and INCOBAN. Their expertise, insights, and practical contributions have been invaluable in shaping discussions, bridging the gap between theory and practice, and enhancing the overall impact of ICCRIP 2026.
We extend our sincere appreciation to all our esteemed delegates, faculty members, alumni, students, and staff for gracing this occasion with their presence. Your participation adds immense value and significance to this gathering. It is a privilege to have you all with us. And with great warmth and enthusiasm, we once again welcome you all to ICCRIP 2026. We will now be having a group photo session. We invite all the delegates and dignitaries to join us on stage.
On the first day of our 10th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management, ICCRIP 2026.
A warm welcome to our moderator, our panelists, the dignitaries on the dais, and all delegates, faculty, and students present here today.
This 10th edition of ICCRIP is built around themes the sector cannot ignore: social infrastructure, health and safety, governance, and digital transformation in project delivery.
Over the next hour, our panelists bring perspectives spanning national policy, institution building, large-scale master planning, and academic research, moderated by someone who has spent her career turning ambitious plans into delivered projects.
The subject before this panel today is Building Sustainable Cities, Bridging Policy, Capacity, and Project Delivery. Today's panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Bhagya S. Nar, co-founder of INCOBAN and Chevening Fellow from the University of Oxford. We begin with our esteemed panelist, Dr. O.P. Agarwal. Dr. Agarwal is a distinguished fellow at Niti Aayog, director of the Center for Urban Transitions, and professor of practice at Indian School of Public Policy. A member of the Indian Administrative Service from 1979 to 2007, he was the principal author of India's National Urban Transport Policy adopted in 2006, a document that has guided the country's urban transport investment ever since. He spent 6 years with the World Bank as its Global Urban Transport Advisor in Washington, D.C., and served as CEO of WRI India from 2017 to 2022. He holds a PhD from IIT Delhi, a master's in transportation from MIT, and a bachelor's in electrical engineering from IIT Madras. Sir, we extend a heartfelt and formal welcome to you. As Sir has joined us virtually, may we request Ms. Bhagya S. Nair to graciously receive a small token of our gratitude on his behalf from the hands of Dr. Rajnikant Rajans, Conference Convener, Dean Research and Development, NICMAR University, Pune.
Mr. Jitesh Brahmashatriya, MRICS, is Head of Master Planning at Adani ANDPL for the Dharavi Redevelopment Project, one of the largest urban renewal efforts anywhere in the world. A member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and a British Chevening Scholar, he brings over 2 decades of master planning experience across 4 continents, having previously headed CBRE's Cities Consulting Practice in India. So, we are delighted to welcome you. I now request Dr. Diana Jocelyn, Member, Organizing Committee, ICCRIP 2026, to felicitate Mr. Brahmashatriya.
Colonel Kunal Krishna is Head of Campus Development at the Indian Institute for Human Settlements, Bengaluru, leading the build-out of its sustainability-driven campus. He brings a distinguished career with the Indian Army's Military Engineer Services, having served as Commander Works Engineer and as Chief Instructor and Project Director, Faculty of Civil Engineering at the College of Military Engineering, Pune. Sir, it is a privilege to have you here. We now request Conference Convener Dr. Rajans to formally welcome Colonel Kunal Krishna.
It is our privilege to introduce our moderator for today's discussion. Ms. Bhagya S. Nair is co-founder of Incoban and a Chevening Fellow from the University of Oxford. With over 18 years of experience in construction project management across infrastructure, commercial, and residential projects, and prior experience with Larsen & Toubro, Carley Infra, and Bangalore International Airport Limited, she presently works as a consultant at IIHS, bringing a rare mix of on-ground delivery and policy fluency. She holds an advanced master's in public policy from ISB, an MTech from IIT Madras, and a BTech in civil engineering from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum. Ma'am, on behalf of the organizing committee of ICCRIP 2026, we extend to you a very warm welcome, and we request Dr. Jocelyn to felicitate Ms. Nair.
And finally, it is our privilege to introduce Dr. Shobha Ramalingam, Associate Professor at NICMAR University, Pune. She holds a PhD in Construction Management from IIT Madras, and her research spans lean construction, building information modeling, and sustainability in project delivery. She chaired the Indian Lean Construction Conference in 2019. Ma'am, we are honored to have you with us. And may we request Dr. Jocelyn to felicitate Dr. Ramalingam. With policy, institution building, master planning, and academic research now on one dais, we hand the floor to the person best placed to bring these threads together.
We now invite our moderator, Ms. Bhagya S. Nair, co-founder of Incoban, to kindly lead today's discussion.
Thank you, Agam and Janvi. Thank you, NICMAR, for this wonderful opportunity. I'll start the discussions with a bit of a context setting on the theme that we have for today. When we talk about sustainable cities, often conversations revolve around conserving water, improved mobility, building resilient infrastructure. While all of this is important, I think the question that we start from, or we should rather start from, is what are these cities being built for? And how do we ensure that as the city also has a sustainable growth? Globally, half the population lives in cities. In India, the same is the situation, right? The World Bank report says that by 2036, 600 million Indians will be in the cities, contributing to approximately 70% of the national GDP. The Economic Survey 2025-26 also states that cities are the engines of growth, productivity, employment, and innovation. So we do have a very huge challenge given the complexities of developing a sustainable city, but there is an opportunity as well. How do we plan the city development? How do we integrate the various systems that will drive the city? How do we balance out the different priorities as cities emerge? So these are some of the discussions that we are going to have today. And why is this theme important to India at present? Because most of the infrastructure that has to be developed, the urban infrastructure that has to be developed, to sustain cities for the next 2 decades are yet to be built. And on this note, I welcome you all to the panel discussion on this theme, Building Sustainable Cities, Bridging Policy, Capability, and Project Delivery. I'll route my first question to O.P. Agarwal, sir. Thank you so much for joining us online. Sir, I hope you can hear you hear us well, and we can also hear you well. So, sir, the first question is, our cities are growing and evolving. What do you think should be the starting point of planning cities of tomorrow?
Thank you, Bhagya. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you well, yes.
Okay. So first, thanks to ICCRIP and NICMAR for having invited me to join this panel. It's a privilege, it's a delight. Coming to your question, let me pick up from the statement that you yourself just made. Cities are the engines of economic growth. Now, if that be the case, I think the starting point for any planning has to be that engine of economic growth. What is the economic driver for that city? What is it that people will go to that city for? What kind of jobs, what kinds of activities, what kinds of livelihoods? So I think the starting point has to be what will be the economic driver for the city, because cities are the engines of economic growth. It is a disproportionate share of the economy that comes from cities when you compare it to the share of the population living in those cities. And the way planning needs to happen is, once you've identified an economic driver and set a goal for what that driver will get us to, how far will we go with that kind of a driver, then work backwards. Work backwards to find out what is the kind of infrastructure we need, how many people will be coming in, what will be the labor force requirement, what will be the mobility requirements, what will be the water supply requirements, electricity requirements, education requirements, healthcare requirements. You sort of work backwards from an ambition that you set for yourself. What will be the financial requirements? So this is where I think planning needs to start by identifying the economic driver and setting a goal of what that economic driver will take us to. But having said that, let me also add that these kinds of plans must include many things which are not included today. For example, a climate action plan, a sustainability action plan, a mobility plan, a water resource management plan. All of these must come in, and it is based on these that a land use plan is prepared. Today, what we are doing is just preparing a land use plan as our master plan. I think that thinking needs to change. So, very short answer to your question was, the economic driver is the starting point for planning. Let me stop with that.
Thank you, sir. I'll move on to, with that thought, I'll move on to the master planner here. Jitesh, you worked on some of the most complex urban transformation projects in the country and abroad. What do you think needs to change from the way cities are traditionally planned to scale up to the growth that we are thinking of?
So again, I will like to thank ICCRIP, NICMAR and Bhagya. Plus, it's a privilege to share a panel with you, sir. I would have loved to meet you in person. So thanks for that, and of course the panel we have. I think sir made a very good point. We are doing land use and then jumping straight to buildings. There is nothing in between. And that's where the whole problem is. So buildings are becoming visible before the roads are there, before the infrastructure is laid, before, so there is a process of city making, which is where we are sort of failing. Now, we cannot blame the 40-year-old generation where the tools were not there. Now we have the tools and technology to integrate all these aspects. And if we start focusing on bringing down those silos and work with each other, so civil engineer doing civil engineer's job, water engineer doing water engineer's job. This is just funny observation. I worked 15 years abroad and 8 years now in India. I feel we as consultants are always in advising mode, So we can advise on every subject but ours to everybody else. So how to do your job better is what I'm going to keep telling you rather than focusing on my job. And it's very easy. I think that's how we are trained in college. That's how we are trained in our offices. And that's where the problem is. We focus more on what others should have done rather than what we should do. And I think that's where the integration fails, because the trust starts failing. One side will talk about government should have done that. Government will say developers should have done that. Consultant will have some other view. So I think that collaboration is missing by and large. And that's where I feel big difference between how the projects are integrated and successful abroad compared to India, because we are failing at the integration level, at planning, design, and implementation all. We are jumping straight from development plan, like sir said, to buildings, rather than having all the layers of it built within that. So what are the layers that sir has mentioned? Mobility, water, transport, of all portions, not just the cars.
Things. So when I say that, I would say we started looking at biodiversity, the water systems, the central trunk service system, and once we, then again, when we started looking at the capacity, holding capacity of this campus, so what is that one thing which actually defines how many people can actually live in that place? So for example, in Bangalore, some say FAR allowed is about 2.5, and with that given capacity, we could have actually accommodated 3 times more number of people for which we are actually building. So say around, if we are building a capacity of 3,000 people, we could have actually gone for 10,500, 11,000 easily. That was from the governance point of view. But is that kind of population sustainable in that campus? That is what we have to see. Is that kind of water available for those many people to live? Is the energy system available to sustain those many people? So this was the thought process how we started started building the campus. Now coming on to the project delivery. Now looking at the built environment, the kind of the built environment we selected to build was very much urban in character. And to make that happen, we had used many vernacular construction techniques. So most of these construction techniques are very native to us, very, very much Indian. And the problem is that we have, so slowly this skill has now started coming to fore, but though that kind of mindset change is also required, not only in the executive team, but also the project owners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kunal sir spoke about how he's leading the campus and the challenges that he's that he's encountering on building a sustainable campus there, which is a prototype of the larger urban development. Shobha ma'am, this question is to you as to, we spoke about how policies have to be planned and how plans have to be done for sustainable infrastructure. But implementation cuts across multiple institutions and stakeholders. So what kind of capacity building is required to bridge this gap?
Thank you, Bhagya, for the question. It's a pretty important question. Before I start, I would also like to thank the management for giving me an opportunity on behalf of NICMAR University to present my views. So as an academic and research institute, I would say capacity building or capability building is the missing link between policy, between project delivery and implementation. So urban development systems, sustainable cities, they are all dynamic cities. They are not stagnant. And therefore, there cannot be one permanent solution that fits all, or it cannot be a permanent solution for decades. It is changing. And all these cities, as they are dynamic, there are also multiple trade-offs. So there is not a single institution that can solve the wicked problems of urban systems. Urban systems are prone with multidimensional issues. And therefore, there are multiple indicators and we need to find the trade-off. Again, going forward, there cannot be a zero trade-off city. We need to, what the role of academia and research here would be to make the trade-off explicit, make it evidence-based, make it transparent, and thereby help the institutions to learn and grow stronger. So when we say capacity building, it is not more about training. It is not about giving more training. It is giving individual skills, competencies, and also developing the institutions in an integrated way. So when we are talking about the transport corridor, we know as the transport corridor develops, the land value nearby will increase, and in effect it will also displace certain low communities and maybe affect the ecological balance. So there is going to be ups and downs in this. So how is research going to help? It can help to look into the consequences. It can do the spatial analysis, building modeling, and a distribution analysis, and help you to understand its consequences. But over the years, capacity building has not been just on training. It has been looking into all the parameters put together through a systems approach. And therefore, we need the integrated systems approach to see how we can take the cities forward. And this is not new. In fact, within India also we have a very good example where we have sustainable cities integrated approach. It's a pilot project on 4 cities in Bhopal, Guntur, Mysuru, Vijayawada, and Jaipur. And it was started during the COVID time, and we got a assessment framework developed on the systems perspective. So that is a very good way like India has been going forward, looking at it, identifying the systems approach and assessing its performance based on this perspective. Going forward, apart from this systems perspective, Mission Karma Yogi, that has also developed competency-based capacity building for ULBs. So we have different levels of organization, the different levels of governance that have to be addressed, and it is not individual. We are looking at the organization, we are looking at the system, the entire ecosystem that have to be trained, but at all levels of the organization. So Mission Karma Yogi has addressed nearly 4,800 ULBs, and they have skilled 15 lakh professionals, personals from the organization at various levels, looked into 65 competencies. So it is a competency-based, role-based, demand-driven approach that they have taken, and it is one of the best model that has come up, I would say, worldwide. But we have international case studies also, like from Singapore and Korea, that have looked into leadership-based competency models and knowledge sharing or professional capacity development model in Korea. So there are several models, but what is the missing link here is to look upon all the capacity building that is needed, not as just training and skills, but to institutionalize. For example, if we are training certain group of people, and what if they are not working on that project and they leave the project? So does the organization lose the capacity? So are we building the organizational capacity, or are we building individual capacity? So the institution must be able to address the needs of the governance at all levels, and therefore institutional governance must be able to deliver the projects. So linking the policies that are the objectives to implement the sustainable cities, research would be an area which will make evident the trade-offs and the consequences, and through which the projects can be delivered and make it realistic on the ground based on the objectives set by the policies and the goals. So with this note, I will say yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for those insightful points. A couple of your points takes me back to OP sir. Quick thought, quick short thought that we need from you. OP sir, is it limited to the city's boundaries? And as a policy maker and having been part of that group, tell us how do we change that? We are now getting into a question of how do we scale it up, number one. But before I get into the scaling part, your quick thoughts on, are we planning the cities right, or are we limiting ourselves to just the city boundaries and while the expansion is happening somewhere else? Was I audible, sir? I think you're muted.
Was that for me?
Yes, OP, sir. Quick thoughts before we move on to the scalability. Because as I arrived to Pune yesterday, so as I come from Bangalore, but I see the extent of growth that's happening across. So what are your thoughts? How should we go about it from a policy perspective? You did speak about land use.
No, I think what needs to happen is, you don't prepare a plan and then sit back for 20 years. What's very important is the plan needs to be reviewed, how expansion is happening. Is it as per the plan? Are there corrections that need to be made? I think this has to be quite a lot and kind of an ongoing process. If you look at Singapore prepares a perspective plan which is 50 years, but every 5 years they review it. Now, it's very difficult for one to make projections for that long a period right up front. So my response to this is you need to have periodic reviews. I think every year may be too early, every 2 years may be too early, but at least once in 3 to 5 years, we have to look at what we planned and how have we grown, is it as per the plan, and make midterm corrections. I think that's the only way to handle this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Colonel, sir, we spoke about policy, we spoke about project delivery, we spoke about how do we integrate the different layers. What I would ask you is, we talk about scalability, right? Ma'am spoke about international case studies. In India, with the quantum of work that we have to do in the coming decades, how do we make this whole building sustainable cities more scalable? We have pockets of good practices. How do we scale it up? And often when we talk about sustainability, it is often associated with a trade-off between, cost. Every other engineer in us says that, oh, this is costly, right? How do we get out of that thought?
Yeah, so this is a problem I face on daily basis. Yeah, but you see, what we look at it is the capital cost. So how much money is required to build this asset? One thing is to building an asset, other is to create a liability. So if we build indiscriminately, we don't build assets, we create liabilities, because then to support that asset, we spend so much that it starts looking like a liability. So a better way to look at the cost would be the life cycle cost. So a typical building made by using concrete and steel is supposed to last for 50 years. So the better way of looking at the cost of that building would be to look at the construction cost, but the operation, maintenance, repair, renewal, all these costs included, we might turn up beneficial. Now, so far the project owners are concerned, they actually understand this kind of thing, because not the project owners, but the building owners. If they are building for themselves, it is quite beneficial for them. But the question is that how to sell this kind of thing. So typical example would be a real estate developer. So that developer actually builds that asset, transferred it to the flat owners or the landowners, the RWA, and then it is up to them how to manage. So the cost liability is not much on the asset builder. So that is one thing we need to address by correctly incentivizing the builders. So that is, these are my 2 thoughts on the subject.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a very valid point, especially when it comes to the residential projects, right? Shobha ma'am, quickly coming back to you on, we spoke about capacity building, right? And for say scaling up the Sustainable City Initiative, what do you think, how should we move away from isolated capacity building initiatives to a sustained change in urban development? How should, quick thoughts.
So I'm just reminded of the UN agenda, wherein they have this mission of capacity building, and in their agenda, transformation is one of the important ingredient. And through capacity building, you are skilling people, training people, improving their knowledge, ability to take informed decisions. But where should it be? When we are talking about sustainable cities, it is delivered through projects. So the training is required on the entire life cycle of the project, right from feasibility study till its implementation and operation and maintenance. So for all aspects of the project management life cycle, capability building is necessary. The question is not regarding scaling of capacity, I would say, but it is more of delivering sustainable outcomes consistently over a period of time, repetitively. So, which means what would be required is a transformation in the mindset, transformation within, which the UN propagates. So, your capacity learning must be towards institutions, because multiple institutions are interacting, multiple stakeholders are interacting. So there is an interdependency. This interconnectedness must be evident through the research, through academia, and this has to be addressed consistently. So sustainable cities should not be an endeavor to just deliver a couple of projects, sustainable projects or interventions. It should be beyond that. It should be developing an urban ecosystem wherein the institution is delivering governance consistently with successful outcomes year on year. It shouldn't be only for one project or two projects. And the trade-offs are inevitable. So sir talked about the cost. So the cost of sustainable construction can be very high. So I'm just reminded of the CII headquarters in Hyderabad, which was the first LEED certified, platinum certified building. It was 18% more, if I'm right, and I think Jitesh has worked and he will talk more on that. But then they could get, within a payback period of 6 to 7 years, they were able to recoup it. So awareness is there today. It is not that awareness is not there. So training is needed for individuals, but we need a governance system that can institutionalize this approach so that year on year it is a successful outcome. Whether the people change, projects change, or priorities change, the end outcome must be a sustainable outcome.
Thank you, ma'am. The IGBC, CII IGBC Hyderabad campus takes me to Jitesh. Jitesh, quickly, what do you think? We are talking about scaling up, right? So what is the kind of, who has to drive this? Definitely, we have different buckets in construction. I'm not talking about just the design and construction and procurement and all of that, but stakeholders. You have developers, and the system is as is because it's fair on everybody's part to keep it like that, right? Now, who has to drive this from a standpoint? How do we drive this in a larger scale? Your thoughts?
Okay, very interesting question, and thanks for the nostalgia, madam. My first project as architect, so it was fantastic working on that. There are two things first I want to say before I get to that. One is when we do the integrated planning or design or scaling up of the campuses, I think first thing there are two parts to it, right? One is the redevelopment part, which is going to happen in India quite a lot because of the land scarcity, because of the ease of access, because of a lot of other opportunities, which is, I think, one of the speakers talked about is happening more so in Europe already. And I was fortunate to work on two very large urban regeneration projects in UK. One is London Olympics and one is King's Cross. So I got that exposure from there, where I feel make before break is essential when we are doing urban regeneration projects. So in whichever capacity you are working on that project, whether it's a construction management student or whether it's a planning student or an urban design student or an architect or a civil engineer, or any other stream of work, please, when you look at the project as a regeneration project, think make before break and ensure that you are transitioning that make before break process thoroughly. So make before break is provide the infrastructure for the new tenants while the existing tenants are not disturbed, right, when you're doing the regeneration. Second is urban expansion, which sir started with the land use and jumping to the building, which I added to that. We need to do make before make when we look at the outside the city part or urban expansion parts. That is, make the roads first, make the infrastructure first, make sure that resilience is built in that. Otherwise, if you look at the South Bombay area right now, it doesn't flood as much. But if all the Mumbai you see beyond that, I call South Bombay and Mumbai because that's how they are living right now, right? So sorry about somebody who probably excuse me for calling it Bombay, but you have that completely not flooding, and you have something which is built as recent as now is flooding with one single stroke of rain. I have lots of videos about how people navigate through that challenge. So why it is happening? Because we are making buildings before we are making the infrastructure. We are not building resilience in that. We are not building connectivity in that. So a lot of cars, a lot of roads. We are talking about flyovers now. World around, the flyovers are being dismantled, right? So I think make before make for the urban expansion, make before break in the urban renewal. Now I'm coming to how the responsibility sits. So when you are in urban redevelopment, a lot of responsibilities should be taken or should be spread. And I'm working on one project which is probably the world's largest urban regeneration project, Dharavi. So I can tell you from my experience on that, that we are focusing on make before break because our intention is to align with our government authorities, stakeholders, and partners, right? So when you distribute the ecosystem and responsibilities, I think things work, which we have seen in urban regeneration across the globe, and it works it will work in India also. I think we are building one of the first pilots, so we will see that. Make outside anything, right? So we will see projects happening in Mahalunge area without having the road there, or in Kharadi area without having road there, not even water line. The gas lines are coming after you start living there, right? So there is no accountability on people. But when you go to the same developers, when they are building their own campuses, right, they have to operate and manage that campus. So if you go to those campuses, go to the campuses in Bangalore, go to the campuses in office campuses I'm talking about, they are beautifully done, right? Why? Because their operations and management sits with them. They are on leasing model and not on sales model. They are not strata sell, right? So they are taking the accountability of managing it, right? Because campus is their way of generating money. People are paying them the asset management cost. And there are a lot of asset management companies who will work with that, right? If you look at UK, India sitting in Bangalore counts the flushes of water supply and sanitation in UK generating the bill from Bangalore. How is it possible? Because they have designed it in such a way that all the assets are accountable for, right? So if we make our residential townships also like how Colonel said that, if it becomes like that, that accountability is sitting, or say some sort of minimum warranty. We buy car, we want 4 years warranty. We buy phone, we want 1 year warranty. We buy residential, how many years of warranty you get on that? We should have the warranty, minimum warranty from the developers who are doing the expansion saying, 10 years you manage my project, right? Then see how the entire ecosystem is working out, how the roads are working out, how the parking is working out, how the metro is coming to your place, right? Because they would want that to happen for you. So I think make before make model, I think the shared accountability is important. We cannot keep blaming government all the time, right? Yeah. I think it's also how we put our efforts in.
Yes. Thank you, Jitesh. Kunal, do you have any quick thoughts? Otherwise, I'll move to OP, sir.
No, I kind of agree with Jitesh, and the governance actually plays a very important role, and getting the policy right, and that is what OP sir will be commenting upon, I believe. So, yeah, the project ownership, so if you sell out a land or create a township, it should be the responsibility of the developer to sustain it for at least 10-15 years. So that is how the accountability will set in. Thanks.
Thank you. OP sir, I have two questions to you. One is, of course, your thoughts on how do we scale up. We have multiple pockets of excellence when it comes to building sustainable campus and all of it. So your thoughts on how do we scale it up at the national level, as in for all the cities that are coming up. And also, as cities grow, the urban transport is often planned as an infrastructure solution in itself, right? How do we instead think about transport as part of the city's larger growth with your expertise in transportation? Because mobility forms a very core area of urban development. So I would want to hear your thoughts on that as well. Was I audible? Yeah.
So let me respond to your second question first by really saying that transport is fundamental to cities. You know, I often like to compare transport with the circulatory system in the human body. The flow of blood is what makes a human body function, you know. It's a means through which nutrients go to different parts of the body and waste from different parts of the body gets removed. So the circulatory system is critical. Similarly, the transport system is critical. And I say blood stops flowing, a person is dead. Similarly, if the transport system stops working, the city is dead. Now the question is, what is it that we can do to make transport systems work smoothly across different parts of the city, where the kind of demand of the transport system will vary from one part of the city to the other part of the city. In some parts, you have high volumes that are moving. In other parts, there's only a few people who are moving. It's again very similar to the circulatory system, where you have large arteries and large veins, but you also have small capillaries that take blood to every nook and corner of the city. That's why it is really multiple subsystems of transport that have to come together, be well integrated to create a larger transport system, which again is another subsystem of the larger system of cities. So, you know, it's a lot of it, you know, a lot of discussion happened around integration. And I think integration is fundamental, it's critical. Similarly, in the transport system, what we seem to have been doing is focus far too much on one technology, focus far too much on the high volume demand segments, and not really thought of the nooks and corners that are needed. Now, if you don't look at the nooks and corners, then people will use alternative methods to move from their origin to their destination. And to my mind, this is what explains the steep growth that we've seen in two-wheelers. Because two-wheelers will take you from your bed to your office table. You don't have to transfer anywhere. It is quite often the lowest cost option because the marginal cost of using a two-wheeler is perhaps less than the cost of using a bus. So with transport systems, what is important is not focus on one single technology. There may be some glamour attached to that technology, but it's not giving you the transport demand that you need. You know, that supply is not adequate. It needs to be integrated. That's one. So this was my response to the second part of the question, where I'll also add that there's a fundamental role for transport planners in this. It's not just about engineering, it's also about understanding people's behavior. It's also about local sociological issues where there's a social bias against using a bus. It's also about climate change, because a lot of the emissions that happen come from the transport sector. It's about air quality. It's about finance. A lot of the money goes into transport systems. So all of these things come together. That's why you need some high-level thinking to plan for transport systems. It cannot be simply an engineering thing. Engineers are needed, but they are needed to build what planners decide, what they feel is the right thing to build. So this is one of the areas where we've been going wrong, is far too much investment in one technology, which is a very high cost technology. Coming to this idea of scaling, I think one thing that is very important when it comes to scaling is you need leadership to be consistent in their thinking and consistent in the way they approach a problem. Now, if you have leadership changes taking place every 3 to 4 years, and which is what we are seeing in India at the official levels in most cities or in the state departments or even in the national ministries, and people who don't necessarily have a background in the urban sector, then you find that things done by a predecessor are often not taken forward by a successor. Scaling needs understanding a certain pilot, appreciating why it has been done, respecting the predecessor that that person also has some sense. That's why he or she has done that, and trying to take that forward. If that doesn't happen and you have frequent changes, you'll find every new incumbent wants to do his or her own pilot. So you don't have scaling. So I think building capacity, building an understanding, creating an environment that the people who move into urban leadership positions understand the urban sector, to my mind, that's going to be very important for having good scaling. I'll stop with that for now, Bhagya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I often have this conversation with sir on the metro case, where you have a metro, but then it's not really solving the transport problem. So what do we do? Yeah. Thank you, OP sir, on that. We'll get into any quick thoughts by any of the panelists. Otherwise, I'll move into, we'll start taking questions from the audience. Questions, if any? Yes. Can we have the mics there?
Yeah. So this is Dr. Sudhir. I teach public-private partnership and some other subjects in School of Construction. My question was, we have been talking about, I was hoping somewhere this point would come. I was waiting for it, but then I just wanted to ask, all the governments are running towards smarter cities, right? We have already invested 1.6 lakh crores something on smart city mission. What is your take on whether the smarter cities are really sustainable, or is it a blocker or a enabler, is what I wanted to understand from all the panelists. It's not for one panelist, all the panelists I want
to. Specific to PPPs, what was the question?
Not specific to PPP, yeah.
Because I would love to hear comment from OP sir on PPP, if you have.
Since all the stakeholders are involved here, I wanted to ask that whether the smarter cities are always sustainable, or is there any some thought went on this when governments were planning for smart cities? Okay. I wanted to know whether they have actually thought the smarter cities would be sustainable, or they knew that it is not a case. This was what I wanted to understand.
Okay. OP, so can I direct this question to you? The question is whether the smarter cities could have been sustainable. Are you able to hear me?
Bhagya, I'm sorry, there's a huge echo. That's why I couldn't get that question. If you could repeat it for me, please.
Yeah.
Maybe if you do it from your mic, that may be better.
Yeah. The question is, how about now?
No, I've been having an echo all through. That's why.
All right. Is this better?
But just speak it slowly, I may get it.
Yes, sir. So the question is, number one, first part is on the PPPs. Do we talk about it? Because you are an expert there, you can probably put some thoughts on how does the PPP model align with our forthcoming huge urban development that we have and the sustainable initiatives. But the larger question that the participant has asked is, we were on a, we had the policy of smarter cities, building smarter cities, right? Now, did we think about building smarter cities sustainably from a government perspective, and from a top-down perspective is the question.
So is that about smart cities?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me put it this way, I think somewhere the impression was a city is smart if it uses technology in a big way. A lot of use of IT. But I think what we tend to forget is what are we using technology for? To my mind, smartness comes out of being able to do more with less. And if technology is helping us do that, that's a smart city. Now, I'll give you an example. I won't give you the name of the city, but there was one city where I had gone there once and someone explaining to me that all the bus stops are Wi-Fi enabled. Then I asked them, how many buses does the city have? There were very few buses. Now, to me, this is not smart. Even though technology has been used, you Wi-Fi enabled bus stops, but there are no buses. Now, so that's where, the word smart, to me, inherently smartness means smartness and sustainability. To be able to do more with less is what is sustainable. Simply using technology is not necessarily smart. I don't know if I've answered the question, but I've answered what I thought I understood as the question to be.
With your permission, I can add something. If
Yes,
I understood
thank you,
your
sir.
point correctly, smart cities, why smart cities? Are the smart cities not sustainable? Or why we are focusing on smart cities and not sustainable cities? Something like that?
See, we have invested 1.6 lakh crores on smart city mission.
Okay.
Till now, so I was just hoping that whether the governments already know that these doesn't solve the sustainability problem, or do they actually think that smart cities would solve the sustainability problem?
Defining smart city, and my experience I'm telling you, because I worked on a number of smart cities in India also when I transitioned to India, right? And some of them could be what OP sir said. So sorry about that. But defining smart city in our context is like finding needle in a sack, okay? You can't define smart city, right? It's not just technology. And how can it not be sustainable? See, if we really think integrated manner, if you use smart sensors, right? All private campuses do that. I will come back to that again. But they want to save water, right? Because O&M cost comes down. So you will see sensors in the private campuses, even your campus would have, right? Right? So smart sensors are used to or recycling of the water is used, and then it's channeled back for irrigation or your landscape and all, right? Or flushing, probably they are used, right? If you integrate the parking technology, saying that, okay, we have 5 parking lots around, which you will find in London, you will see the dashboard says parking available at that location, parking available at that location. Now, that dashboard has also moved to your app. You can take the route and go and park there. That saves you a number of hours on the road and emissions cut down, right? Then if you plan for flood mitigation strategies, you have certain design parameters done smartly that you get the intimation of flooding 2 days, 3 days in advance, right? Or you might get that minimum impact would be this, maximum impact could be that. Then it will add to the disaster management as well as flood mitigation, both, right? Or you might just find that this is not manageable. You might just give away and say, we need to vacate from here. So the idea is that sustainable and smart is not too different, right? It is more like sustainability is given. It's a parameter that you have to achieve, whether with sensors, without technology, with technology. I think we are separating. We are calling, this is where I have fundamental issue with some of the Indian planning system, and sorry for me calling it out. 15-minute city, transit-oriented city, smart city, sustainable city, resilient city. Everybody is running programs, right? Funded by international organizations and all. Actually, we should be focusing on how we make one city proper. You can name a child differently, but it's that same human, right? An Ahmedabad city is an Ahmedabad city, Pune city is a Pune city, right? How we make Pune city better should be our focus, right? Whether it's smart systems or sustainability. I think that's where I feel, probably I'm answering you correctly, right?
I mean, I just wanted to know the perspective. That's it. So it's not.
Yeah.
There's no. I know there's no specific answer to it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But we should have all the cities converging. We can't have 15
Because see,
cities separately
we had
and-
99 smart cities planned, but then I don't see anything smart in any of those. Specifically, like
No, they
I don't see
painted
the
the
output,
water tanks. They painted the water tanks.
So I just wanted to see if it had achieved any sustainable solutions. That's it. Yes.
Any other questions? Any comments? Vaidya sir, any comments? Questions? Yes, yes.
Good afternoon. I have a question for the panel. The panel discussed IIHS being built as a proof of concept towards designing a sustainable settlement. What would you consider real test of its success, and how do these knowledge systems then transfer into tier 2 and tier 1 cities probably?
Kunal sir, you want to have this question?
Hello. Yeah, thank you for that question. So, one parameter about, so I'll talk about the parameters of counting our campus as sustainable and how do we know that whether it is truly sustainable or not. So, one is that we produce more than consume. That is one of the parameters, right? So, let's talk about energy. So, can we be net zero or net positive in terms of energy? Next being water. So there are two different things, being water independent and net zero in water. These are two separate issues. So we will not be water independent, but we intend to be net zero in terms of water. How? So we basically store more than we capture the runoff and basically ensure that it percolates down to the aquifer, the shallow storage, the aquifer storage, and our usage is commensurate to that. So we are trying very hard to be net zero in that, and it's a really challenge. Another parameter which most of the people miss out is on food. So had we not built that building in those places, or a campus on those places, possibly that land would have been agricultural land. Also, all these farmers and the village people moving to the city, now who is growing the crops there? So we have to talk about the food security. So we are actually looking at urban agriculture as part of urban living. So the last is the environment quality, both external and internal. So by after managing all the parameters which are necessary for living, how do you manage the ease of living or the comfort of the workers, or people who are actually working there, living there? How do you give them a good quality life? So what does it comprise? Having a clean air. So you measure PM 2.5, PM 10, CO2 content, the internal environment quality. So again, where people are going wrong, and my Assure team is here, Prasad and Manoj and everybody, they are guiding us on this. So look at the temperature we are keeping everywhere. You go to any airport, you feel like wearing a jacket because it's so cold. Do we really need to maintain that cold? Also, the systems are designed like obsessively over-designed. Can we optimize on the design? So I cannot actually narrate in this short question that I cannot answer this question in a very short form, but it's a long process and too many parameters. And one important thing which I missed is biodiversity, the ecology, which is actually helping us to create that kind of environment. So these are some parameters which we are focusing on.
We can take one more question. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the panelists for this awareness on certain things. But my question is related to the capacity building, because most of the studies that we do regarding ecologically sensitive or otherwise sustainable areas, we always see that capacity building is given as one of the solutions. So do we have any examples in India where such approach has really helped us make the implementation easier, or have resulted in controlling the cost overruns or scope creeps? Like, has it helped in the overall performance of the projects by incorporating?
Okay, within India, like there have been programs that have been looking at capacity building and thereby testing it as a pilot study. If I take the Sustainable Cities Integrated Approach project, it has tested in 5 cities: Bhopal, Jaipur, Guntur, Mysuru, Vijayawada. So there they have tried this systems approach of training and building the institutional capacity at the systems level. And in effect, they have also tried to find the performance of these cities based on the sustainability parameters. I think there are good case studies to look at through that. And you could also look at the Mission Karma Yogi. So they started with cities like Pune, Ahmedabad, Nagpur, and so on. And now they have, it is ongoing from 2024 onwards, like year on year, more cities are included. And they are looking at competency-based institutionalizing the capacity building. So there are good examples to look upon.
Yeah. Kunal, sir, would you want to add something on the capacity building, the TN program? The question is, has capacity building really been effective in building the sustainable cities? OP sir, if you have any thoughts on this, the question is whether capacity building programs has actually led to building, has had an impact on building sustainable cities. Do we have examples that we can perhaps talk about? I do know that IHS has done a couple of capacity building programs at the urban development level, but maybe some references.
Examples in India I'm not able to think about because, quite frankly, we haven't really gone into attempting, I'm talking largely at the government level here because that's where my exposure is, but there really hasn't been any concerted effort at building capacity for the urban sector. You know, the whole capacity building, as I have seen in the government, a lot of the focus is at very senior levels. That means in some of the services which generally occupy the more senior positions. But this is also a group that's very mobile. You know, the kind of capacity building that is needed at the city level, people who work for longer terms in the cities, that I have not seen happening in India yet. I know that in many places the thinking has started on that. They are trying to do this, but the tendency is to build capacity in narrow technical domains, not so much as an integrated understanding of what a city means and how one's own work impacts other components of the urban system. I think that kind of capacity building is really not there. We have academic institutions that are educating people in urban planning, in engineering, in the climate sciences. But what I don't see happening is creating urban leaders, people who understand urbanization or the urban sector in all its dimensions. That's been a little weak. I know that the World Bank took up a program which they called Leaders in Urban Transport Planning. Now, that was limited to transport, but what it tried to do was bring in different dimensions of transport that I had mentioned earlier into one program, which is looking at creating leadership for good urban planning, urban transport planning. That program did well. It had done almost 90 offerings around the world, a lot of participants from India, and many of them went on to occupy senior positions in their respective countries. So that sort of happened well, but I've not seen that happening in India. I've heard a lot of conversations, but nothing that has really taken off.
Right, sir. Kunal sir, do you want to add anything there? Quick, brief comments on capacity building programs, but maybe they can get a reference to where to go to.
Exactly. So we do run some capacity development programs, but like it is said, it needs to run at all levels, right from the grassroots level to the leadership level. And it has to be a graded program. And basically, it cannot be a very hard, intense, long drawn process. We have to take baby steps in terms of capacity building, teach or basically inculcate capabilities which can be implemented. So our target, that is why we have our university here. This university is not to become a university, a big university or name in academic field, but this university is the means to an end. And the end is not that university, end is to truly have those sustainable cities. So that is what I can say.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, if you're further interested, I do know that Tamil Nadu government runs some very interesting programs. We will touch base, and there are also a lot of PPP models that have successfully worked. But as I mentioned earlier, these are all pockets of excellence, right? The larger question is how do we scale it up for the need that India has today? I'm afraid I'll have to stop the questionnaire round now because we are very off time. Thank you all the panelists for this wonderful conversation. Quick takeaways have been noted, and I hope all of you found the session interesting. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Bhagya S. Nair, for moderating this discussion with such clarity.
Our sincere thanks to our panelists, Dr. O.P. Agarwal, Mr. Jitesh Brahmashatriya, Colonel Kunal Krishna, and Dr. Shobha Ramalingam for so generously sharing their time and expertise.
We also thank Dr. Anil Agrawal, conference patron and Vice Chancellor in charge, NICMAR University, Pune, and Dr. Rajnikant Rajhans, conference convener and dean, research and development, and the entire organizing team for making this session possible.
And to all of you, thank you for your presence and attention. With that, we bring this panel discussion of ICCRIP 2026 to a close.
Tea has been arranged at the respective presentation venues from 3:10 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., and technical sessions, practitioners' perspectives, and doctoral colloquium shall follow.
India's construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management, CRIP industry has been a key driver of several revolutionary developments in our nation. ICCRIP 2026 aims to provide a unique platform for attendees to gain insights into latest innovations, emerging trends, methodologies, processes, and technological advancements in the CRIP industry, and to share their innovative ideas. ICCRIP also provides a platform for professionals to connect with peers, industry experts, and potential collaborators. Today, in this session, we would come closer to the industry facts and deeper insights of the CRIP sector.
We are privileged to have with us two very esteemed dignitaries as session chairs, Dr. D.T.V. Raghuram Swamy, Dean L&T Institute of Project Management, and Srimati Vidya Basarkot, MD of COVI India. We take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Vidya Basarkot. She is the MD of COVI India and the Executive Vice President member of Executive Leadership Team COVI. She is the distinguished leader in engineering, infrastructure development, and corporate strategy with over 4 decades of industry experience. An alumna of IIT Bombay with a master's degree in structural engineering, she currently serves as Managing Director COVI India, Executive Vice President and Global Head of Global Capability Centers at COVI, and is a member of its Group Executive Leadership Team. Her extensive leadership experience spans Ramboll India, JP Infratech, Reliance ADA Group, and Mott MacDonald, with expertise across urban infrastructure, ports, metro systems, airports, program management, and municipal utilities. She has also contributed to significant initiatives including the new Noida International Airport and Mumbai Metro Line 1. A strong advocate of sustainability, gender diversity, and progressive leadership, she brings to ICCRIP a rich practitioner's perspective on delivering complex infrastructure projects and shaping the future of the built environment. I now request Dr. Smita Patil to felicitate Srimati Vidya Basakot.
Thank you, ma'am. It is an absolute honor to introduce Dr. D.T.V. Raghu Ramaswamy, Dean, L&T, Institute of Project Management. Dr. Raghu is a distinguished academic and infrastructure professional with over 3 decades of experience spanning infrastructure advisory, project finance, project management, and management education. Dr. Raghu is the Dean of L&T Institute of Project Management and has previously served as Senior Lecturer at the University of Melbourne, CEO of IDEC, and Professor and Director of the MBA program in Infrastructure Management at RICS School of Built Environment. His expertise encompasses project development, infrastructure finance, PPP structuring, financial modeling, commercial strategy, transaction advisory, and risk management. He has also worked extensively with multilateral institutions, government agencies, and advisory organizations across South and Southeast Asia. With a strong body of research spanning infrastructure finance, PPPs, sustainable development, urban infrastructure, housing, and land-based financing, Dr. Raghu brings a valuable intersection of research, policy, and practice to the CRIP sector. We are delighted to have him with us at ICCRIP 2026. I now request Dr. Prachi to kindly felicitate Dr. Raghu. And now, we would be honored to hear a few words from Dr. Raghu. Sir, your experience at the intersection of research, policy, and practice brings immense value to this gathering. May I request you to kindly share a few words with us and give your insights on this occasion.
Thanks again for the introduction. As I said, it sounds very nice when someone talks about you like that, even though we wrote a bit of it. So anyway, thanks again. It's a pleasure to be here at looking at these kind of conferences. Over the last few decades, we have been attending many conferences. In the last 8 years, particularly more academic conferences, but I've been an industry practitioner through my life. Only in the last 10 years or so, I was in academics. Beyond that, I started with practice, moved to industry and came here. And this is a session generally I like, even in Australia, wherever in the universities, what I'm doing. The practitioner perspectives are the sessions which are very, very interesting and which are kind of close to my heart in terms of what we do, why we do things. And in this case, I'm glad to know that so many presentations are there and what we are seeing. What actually happens in theory is what we teach in classes in terms of frameworks, in terms of practices, what we should do. But the practitioner perspective sessions, what is happening today and what we are going to listen in the next 3 hours or so and tomorrow as we are scheduled in the morning and afternoon, is how people actually applied this on the ground. And projects rarely go as per the book what we write. Everything there'll be a deviation, something would have gone wrong, something would have deviated. What actually happened there? What are the learnings? And how do we actually learn from those learnings from what people experimented? I'm sure all of you would have seen, and the people, some of the people on the online are also listening currently. So the practitioners who are there, it's not just the question of experience what they have or what they kind of communicate. that itself doesn't bring knowledge. Once you have experience, how do you reflect upon that experience? And then once you reflect on the experience, how do you translate for others to take it forward? That is the practitioner's perspective. So what I expect today is most of the participants who are presenting, think about 4 or 5 different points. What have you done? What is the problem? What have you done in your case? How is it different from a normal theoretical textbook style doing things? How have you reflected on that? And ultimately, what are the learnings which others can take forward for some other project? Those are the things I think you should focus on in your presentations. Of course, we'll be here to guide you. Don't think it like an assessment, it's more like a industry discussion where you might get some feedback on how do you improve these things. And also we'll obviously learn from what you are doing. But the practitioner perspectives should kind of tie this up. So reflect on what you have done, kind of share with us. We will also give our feedback in terms of what we think we are learning and what we think we should take it forward. So I'm sure a lot of sessions have been set up now. We have 6 presentations we are going to see. Over to you, and then look forward to all the presentations. Unless, Vidya, you want to say a few words.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and for sharing your thoughts with us. Before we begin the paper presentation, I would request you all presenters to kindly note the following guidelines. Each paper presentation will be allotted 25 minutes, comprising 20 minutes for presentation, followed by 5 minutes for discussion and question. A reminder will be given at the 15th minute to help presenters conclude within the allotted time. Kindly adhere strictly to the time limit to ensure the smooth conduct of the session. Participants are requested to maintain silence while presentations are in progress.
We now invite paper number IPM1, authored by Brigadier Gurjeet Singh Kambo, to present the paper titled Mitigation of Challenges on Finishes of Linear Infrastructure Project.
Good afternoon, chairpersons, the faculty of NICMAR, and of course the Gen Z of NICMAR. Nice to be with all of you. As a very brief introduction, I've had my 36 years of service in the Indian Army, and during the service I graduated from IIT Roorkee, did my post-graduation. I'm a designer. I've done I was posted to Chief Engineer, Design and Consultancy, did a large number of design projects. And I've been a die-hard executioner. Done a lot of projects of buildings. Then I was a chief engineer in border roads, looking after about 1,000 kilometers road, bridges, and tunnels. I had, to my credit, constructing a 600-meter tunnel in exactly 2 years, including the designs. Subsequently, I came to the Faculty of Civil Engineering in Pune, where I was the faculty head. And I was doing the same what NICMAR is doing out here, post-graduating civil engineers from the College of Military Engineering. Then I was an executive director with NHIDCL, where I was looking after the construction of the 14-kilometer long Zuzila tunnel and the 6.5-kilometer long APCO tunnel. The tunnel was connected during my tenure. And then after that, I've been with L&T for the last 4.5 years. And today I'm representing IPM L&T for this particular presentation, which is my forte. I'm looking after the finishes of linear projects. I'm from the transportation infrastructure of L&T. So when we talk of linear projects are those projects which have got a very small bandwidth, but very large length. It's basically roads, tunnels, bridges, rail corridors, and even the airports are taken into this particular forte of linear projects. So when we talk of challenges and how to mitigate the challenges of the finishes, that is a consortium of an entire project to be completed and handed over as per the requirement of the client. So if we talk of roads in particular, the road industry has really leapfrogged in the last 2 decades. What we saw roads in maybe early 2000 is much different from what is today. We got expressways, we got fast roads, we got safe roads today, and at the same time we have green roads. So today it's a pleasure to drive on the road. Like in Sundays, if I ask a couple of my friends, what did you do? They just say that we went on the Mumbai-Pune expressway, went till Khalapur, sat in the wayside amenity and came back to the family drive with the monsoons and all everything. So that's something like which is a very articulative way of seeing as to how road industry has developed. So now road industry itself has got a lot of challenges. So when I come to my topic today, I'll first cover the challenges of what these road industry is facing, and then I'll come to the next issue of how to mitigate. Now, what were the roads before 2020? Before 2020, the road packages which are given for execution were something like about 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers to be developed over 6 years. So there was sufficient time available for the builder to make the roads. But today, if you see, the road packages are being developed within 2 years. The packages have gone shorter. Instead of 200 kilometers, we are getting packages of 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. Anybody from Delhi here? So the Dwarka Expressway was packages, which total 56 kilometers, was given in 4 packages. It was started in 2021 and inaugurated by the Pradhan Mantri in the general elections of 2024. So that's how the packages are turning up. Plus, the bridge projects continue to be about 5 to 10 kilometers. And the expressway projects earlier used to be entire 600 kilometers. Now they're given in packages of 150 kilometers, 60 kilometers. We just finished Ganga Expressway of 75 kilometers. So that is how the transformation has taken place. Now these packages are required to be developed in just 2 to 3 years, like I gave the example of the Dwarka Expressway. So the challenges are much more accountable for the reason that what was to be done for a 300 kilometer road in 6 years is now required to be done in exactly the same way for roads in just about 2 to 3 years. So if I take the challenges further, this is what finishes encompasses for. It's not just the road, the blacktop or a white road, the concrete road which you're making. Every road, when it has to be completed and handed over, must have the road marking. The road must look good. It has to be a safe road. All these gantries, road signages, after every 100 meters probably you find a signage. The road studs which are navigation for the night. Noise barriers are plenty as far as your industry is concerned, your city is concerned, and especially when you're going from the forest areas, because you can't disturb the forest life, and especially there, like for example, we made this road, Mumbai-Vadodara road, which passes through Kota, through the Ranthambore forest. The entire thing has got noise barriers because the animal kingdom out there cannot be disturbed with the passage of the trucks and all which is on the roads. All these things, including highway lighting, bus shelters. Just to add on further, when it comes to medians, all the drainage systems, your markings, if you have driven from here to Bombay on the expressway, it's about 120 kilometers. The metal beam crash barrier is on both sides of the roads and in the median in the center. So it's something like 500 kilometers of MBCB which has been placed on the road. So this is the quantum of finishes which is required to be done as far as your completion of roads is concerned. All these things are there. If I go on further, can you help me with this? Yeah. So when it comes to avenue, all the plantations are there, your chute drains are there, slope protection, geosynthetics, all these aspects and more when it comes to interchanges, wherever the loops and all, this is the loop junction of the Dwarka Expressway. Everything has to be done with landscapes, fountains, lighting. So there's a plethora of things which is required to be done for finishes to be completed along with the road in 2 to 3 years. This is as far as the wayside amenities are concerned, which I was mentioning. If I go further, आपको उससे करना पड़ेगा. So all these are things like your footover bridges, along with the escalators, road safety items, cylindrical. Sorry? There, okay. There's an okay. And then comes the toll management system, the automated transport management system, where all your cameras are there, your wayside amenities, your way motion bridges are there, and all these other things are required to be completed. So this is a great challenge. This is all the things which are required to be provided. Just imagine you as engineers will need to do this in a time period of 2 to 3 years to present the road back to the client what he has given the work to you for and given the money to you for. Apart from this, the safety audit and the environment audit also has to be completed because the roads are not usable until these audits are done. So here is the main challenge which comes in. So if I have to set the context, earlier in about 3 to 4 years, the entire road used to be made. And then the entire road used to be taken up for the finishes. But today, if you have to do the same thing, there's an issue with this, I don't know. Yeah. So today, the finishes has to be dovetailed along with the construction of the roads. And now all these challenges do not come along with just this part of it. There are more to that the road, if I take it in 4 parts, 4 packages, the land acquisition is still going on while the construction is taking place. These statutory clearance like forest clearance and all at times come up later. So those areas of roads are not available, which will be made available to you later. But the client wants the road to be completed in 3 years because he's got a mandate that the road has to be completed and made available to the public. Then there are utilities which are required to be shifted. There are structures which are required to be moved. All this management comes along with that. Then the third party challenges are that there are multiple vendors who are required to be working for all these different items which I've listed out. The variable fronts, they're not available at the same time for everything. Some fronts will come up later for a particular item, and some fronts will come up later for a different kind of an item. For example, for highway lighting, the moment the shoulders are ready, the highway lighting can take place. But your plantations, your landscaping and all will come up only when that part of the road has been made ready. And the vendor will come into work only when he's got ideal fronts available and amicable fronts available. Otherwise, his labor will be lying idle. He will not come up to do the work. There are more challenges that the contiguous deployment is required to be taken place. You can't tell him that you work for 3 days here, then after 2 days you leapfrog to another 10 kilometers ahead, work there. So you have to give him contiguous fronts to work. And at the same time, the timings of vendor deployment are different from each vendor. And if the material is not there on ground, then you'll never be able to complete the road. It's a simple answer of the 5 M's: material, machinery, minutes, manpower, and the methods. So all this has to be taken care of. And at the end of it, you have to make sure that the invoicing also takes place in time. Otherwise, the RFIs will not be completed. So there are the different stakeholders which are required as far as the external stakeholders are concerned. And internally, we have to deal with all these internal stakeholders of ours to make sure that all the work starts in the right time frame. So if I can summarize the challenges for you, I've listed at least about 100 finishing items which are required to be done in that 10 kilometer, 20 kilometer, 40 kilometer road. All these require that every item needs to be designed, because if you don't design them, you will not be able to break down to the required numbers, to BOQs. For example, if I have highway lighting, then I have to tell the vendor that you need these many number of poles, this many number of luminaires, this many number of conduits which are required to be done. All this is to be broken down into items. Similarly, the vendors have to be managed for each particular thing. Like I told you, give the example of the metal beam crash barrier. 400 kilometers, I can't give it to one vendor. If he fails, the entire road fails. So you have to give it to at least 8 vendors. That out of 8, if 6 have performed, 2 haven't performed, I can give the load to this one. So that way you have to manage a lot of things. Then the work front availability, RFIs, invoicing. Apart from that, the right-of-way management, because that comes in different phases during the currency of the work. Then comes your vendor management, which I've covered. Material management. This entire material has to be brought in time and has to be brought in sight. Now just imagine a road which is just about 50 meters wide, 10 kilometer long. The material has to be spaced into different areas and managed. Of course, theft take place, other things take place, but these material have to be stocked in the right time, right place, so that they can be used at the right occasion. So this complete planning has to go along with that. Then the fronts have to be managed. The client's approval have to be taken. All these terms and conditions, the Schedule K testing, like I brought it out, the road safety and the environment audit has to be completed. And that's what is making a project to be completed within a period of 2 years. Now, how is this going to be done? This is going to be done by one of you engineers who's sitting out here, whoever joins into the road industry. This is a challenge by itself. So we also took on this challenge. So we decided that all this has to be mitigated, because what was happening was that the roads were being made, finishes were not taking place in time, the projects were getting delayed, there are financial penalties. Nobody wants penalties. And the government also gives incentive that if you complete the road in time, you get the bonuses, and everybody wants a bonus to take place, and that's the right way to work. So then we worked out the methodology as to how we incorporate this. So my department was incorporated for this particular reason in 2020, and we are a complex success story as far as transportation infrastructure is concerned. And what we did, this is what I'm telling you as to how the mitigation took place. So we went down into the system that the project starts. Project is completed in 2 years. In first year, you can only get about 30% progress as far as the road is concerned. For the simple reason, the land is not available, mobilization takes place, so many other nuances are there. By the time you get into the system, 12 months, only 30% road construction take place. By 18 months, about 60% road construction take place. And by 2 years, the road construction is complete. Now the finishes has to be done inside this thing only. So therefore, we thought that the model which works in is, the best way to do is we have a finishing coordinator right at the beginning of the project. Now this finishing coordinator is the man Friday. He's the one who's completely responsible, because getting the finishes completed is a nightmare for the planner. is a nightmare for the person who's executing and a nightmare for the company who's doing it, because there's so many things which are required to be synchronized together. So he's a man Friday, he's a Hanuman in the Ramayana, he will make the Ram Setu and he will only get Sanjeevani Booty. Everything is to be done by him. Now how he plans this is important. So what we did was that at 30% of the progress, we do not do any finishes. We make sure that all the designs are complete, all the BOQs have been made, all your finishing item scope is completed, the vendors have been managed, vendors have been mobilized, and the material starts flowing on site. So we are not doing any execution right now, because 30% of the time, when the road is being constructed, we don't have the fronts available. The vendor will not be able to work. And then subsequently, by the time 60% of the road has been made, finishing has just started, but the material is 100% aside. Now we know that this is the time we have to put the, we have to push the accelerator and move very fast, because this is the time when 60% to 100%, the complete 100 finishing item with the Schedule K test, along with all the RFIs has to be completed, and the road has to be completed in this time so that there are no penalties, the safe roads are created, and the completion is done. So this is a simple way of how to do it. This kind of a thought process comes to an engineer only because he goes through the fundamentals. And that's how we have incorporated this. We made it into a 9-step program. At the NTP stage, you identify the finishing coordinator, and he is a single point of contact. He will bridge with all stakeholders. His only job is finishing and nothing else. And then he goes into the finishing items, finalizes all the scopes and all everything. That is done at about 20% progress. And by the time the stage of 20 to 40% is taking place, all the designs, whether it's the design being done by a third party, anybody, or by internal design, anybody has to do it, all the designs are concluded. We have the GFC drawings. We have the complete details of all the finishing items which are required for that complete stretch of road, which is your responsibility. Come next, we finalize the vendors at a particular stage by 40%, and then we have a clear front available. Finishing trackers are made. All these sections with the fronts availability are seen in detail, and then we tell the vendor that this is the time you can come and work for a continuous period of 2 months, then probably take a break of 1 month, and then come again towards the end for 2 months. You can't tell the vendor you work for 3 days and stop and then work for another 5 days. The vendor will run away. So this is the model which we made for execution of the finishing activities. And subsequently, during the pre-PCOD, we call the vendor who takes care of your Schedule K test as far as all your testing and commissioning is concerned. All the compliances are done, the punch list closures are done, and within the completion and 6 weeks, 100% finishing is required to take place. If we put this into practice, I've done about 30 projects in the last 5 years. Every project has gone spick and span, and this is what I can tell you further, that we further automated this complete thing into a software which we made internally. This software takes care of all the items, project detail, designs, updates, finishing items, and the strip chart also, so that you know at any one stage where the things are lacking or what is required to take place. So this is the complete design details. This is the progress updates, and this is how the tracker shows everything. So one screen will show you everything as far as these finishing items is concerned. It is kept in archive that tomorrow somebody wants to check it or something can easily be carried out. This is how the screens also show. Now this is how the roads have been completed. These are all the real pictures of completed roads in the past 5 or 6 years. This is how the road should actually look. It has been completed in 2 years and delivered back to the client. Now this is the Ganga Expressway. This is a road, this NH66. Lower one is the Dwarka Expressway. This is how the entire lighting and all has been done in a bridge project on Ganga, which we just completed recently. Look at all the pylons and all, everything has been lit up, painted, everything. The road looks beautiful. The roads will look safe and nice to travel only if all these aspects are completed, which requires, this is the Bhogapuram airport. This airport was made in precisely 1.5 years. This was tendered out in 2023, and recently the Pradhan Mantri has inaugurated this project. Now this is the loops of Dwarka Expressway, which I was just mentioning, complete with all the finishes. This is a Ranchi project, where all the lighting and all was carried out. Cylindrical lighting boards were also placed out there. 1 second. I think there's an issue with this. Yeah. Now this is how the completed road looks like. This is a Ranchi 5-kilometer project. There were fountains in that. There was decorative lighting in that. There were cylindrical boards. Everything has been completed in this. Now look at the payoffs. There's no project which has had any kind of penalty. There are 2 projects in which we got bonuses. We got bonus of 15 crore in one project and 30 crore in one project. That's a big, big payoff which is required. And that could be done only because the finishes could be done in time. All projects are seeing the pre-COD or the COD well in its time constraints. Now presently I have 5 projects which are completing in 2026, which are absolutely on schedule with this kind of a planning paradigm which we have taken into consideration. Ahead of schedule, 7 more projects which are completed, but they don't have bonuses. But anyway, for the organization, there are no overheads which will come into place because all these projects are happening in time. And all the ongoing projects on finishing will take place in time because we have this complete system in place. And this complete thing I'm managing with just 2 team members in my head office and one finishing coordinator in every site. It's a very lean, mean planning which we have done. We started with about 6 of them, now we come down to 2 because things are in place. It's like an AI working with us, within ourselves, that we have to save our own manpower, we have to save our own time, we have to save our own machinery, and we have to save our own money. So this is what I had to present to you. This is the Bhogapuram airport, like I just told you, which has been completed. So this is my short and crisp presentation on the finishes, which is a very important parameter as far as linear projects is concerned. It's got tremendous challenges. I only know how much of nightmare it gives. But today, the complete challenges have been mitigated. I can comfortably work with just on emails and my laptop, sitting anywhere, because everything is well synchronized. So this is what I had to present to you. Now I'm open to your questions. Thank you very much.
So I have 2 quick questions. One is, of course, the time is now compressed from 6 years to 2 or 3 years. How do you think the contractual and legal aspects are keeping pace with this speed?
Okay. See, ma'am, what happens is, as far as the entire project is concerned, the entire project, as far as the legal and the contractual aspects are concerned, they have already been pre-discussed before you have taken the thing into action, because when you take the project, you have to understand the risks in the project. And you have to understand with the risk what all comes in, because in the project, if you give the complete land available, if you give the complete clearance available, the concessionaire or the developer will deliver the project. But what happens is that when the time constraints are short, you have to understand the risks as to what all is going to be a difficulty for you. Then you have to understand from the contract people whether we have to go in for the project or not, or what can be the litigation or other aspects. Yes, some difficulties are taking place because of the short time frame. Some difficulties are taking place because of the escalation issues and the variations which are required. But over the years that I've seen, the projects are going well. The legal issues are not too aggravated or anything. And we are able to face the projects to the start and the completion, and so are the other developers also, not only L&T, others also doing, like the Atal Setu in which you were involved. The entire project which is done by Tatas and us has come up in a good time frame. Same has happened over the Chenab Bridge. Same is happening for this that Udal Bridge which was shown today morning. So legal aspects are there, but we are able to cope up with it, and I don't think there should be much of an issue anywhere on that. Yeah.
And the second quick question is, has there been any change in the defect liability period from earlier to now? Because you are handing over the project much earlier.
Yes, ma'am. See, what happened was that earlier projects, they were taking a defect liability period for 2 years and operation maintenance period for 2 years. Yeah. Now the defect liability period, they're still keeping for 2 years, but operation maintenance, they've extended to 10 years. So all NHI projects, they expect you to maintain the project for 10 years. Yeah. So what they do is for maintenance, they give you initially 0.5% of the project value per year. Then after 2 years, the project value maintenance goes up to 1%. Then after that, it goes to 1.5%, and finally it goes up to 2%. So this is the formula what NHI has taken, and the state projects have also adopted that. So earlier 2 plus 2 was what defect and operation maintenance. Defect liability remains as 2 because your guarantees, warranties, everything come into place with that. So that has to synchronize. But the operation maintenance has gone up to about 10 years so that your liability remains with that. The other thing which the government has done is that earlier they used to have a different agency for DPR and a different agency for P&M, for PMC. and a different agency for maybe an operation maintenance. Now what they've done is they made a single solution. They made that one PMC will make the DPR also, will be involved in PMC, and they'll be involved in O&M also. So that's what is happening is there's a continuous synergy which has been maintained, because otherwise you have any design defect, you point to the DPR consultant says execution. So they merged up the whole thing into a very realistic kind of a situation where there are only the identity of the developer and the person who's going to oversee the project is maintained right from the beginning till the operation maintenance period. So about 15 years complete cycle has been maintained for that.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Kamboji, good presentation. I have a couple of questions or observations, and I'll open it for the audience also. Your Man Friday, what level is he? If he's a E0, E1, nothing will happen. If he's M4, you get stuck there. What level is he generally?
See, what I've done is that as far as my head office is concerned, I have taken my Man Friday in the M2 band. Because he's a person who's got a reasonable amount of experience, about 15 years service. He has done at least about 3 or 4 projects in L&T in the execution. He knows everything about how finishes is required to take place. And then he's a person who's not the structure person, he's a road person. Because as far as the road person is concerned, he knows every detail of the road.
Is that a common process across all the projects?
That's a common process as far as the head office is concerned. But as far as the site is concerned, what happens is that for smaller projects, they may not give a dedicated finishing coordinator. A planning person might do the finishing coordinator also, like in bridge projects, airport projects, because the finishing item may not be too many in that. But when it comes to long linear projects, I insist on at least an M1C or an M2 to be the finishing coordinator, because he has to liaise with others. He has to be reasonable senior from the others to get the input and make them work out there. So I normally depend on M1C and M2.
No, the reason I ask this question just for the people who are not initiated in this M1, M2 kind of language, anyone who's coordinating, anyone who's doing the management in projects has to be senior enough. Otherwise, no one will listen. It's like generally what happens in life. If you're not senior, no one bothers to listen to you. You can run from pillar to post from day to night, but nothing happens. The person has to be reasonably senior to get things done. So that is one learning probably we have to take. So it's not just putting a person, having a person who is senior enough to actually pull some strings here and there is required. I think that's what I just want to see. Open for the audience, any questions are there? If no, we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much.
One question, the Gen Z is very capable of doing the projects. You people are very, very capable, and I wish you all the best for your future. When you come to your corporate life, these are the kind of challenges you will see. It doesn't matter whether the Gen Z, the technical Gen Z, whether he's from Massachusetts, from IIT, an engineer is an engineer. You need to have your innovation, you need to have your improvisation, and you need to have your capability to understand the system, go into the system and do the work. So all the best, and thank you. It was a great pleasure to be in front of you all for my small presentation out here. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful presentation. We now invite paper number IPM2, authored by Jim J.R. and Jasmita Raut, to present the paper titled Digital Transformation, Technology, Process and People. And they will be joining us online. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Even though they have some skill set in the digital field, like they can through WhatsApp and through emails, they don't have a comprehensive digital skills or knowledge in adapting to the new changes that's happening in our digital era. And finally, one of the major root cause is the disconnected digital tools. Even we have the digital tools, but they operate in silos. There is no interconnectivity. Because of these 3 root causes, the problems arise. And I will take you through how we have addressed these root causes, the problems, how we address these problems in the next couple of slides. I have taken two examples of how our digital transformation initiatives has brought bridge technology, people, and process. So I will talk about safety first. So we have in our uh, SVG, a video analytic tool, which is based on AI, ML, and computer vision, which helps in our safety compliance. This helps the people to become more safety conscious, more safety aware. And because of that, it increases in the leading indicator and provides much better transparency. So when I talk about safety, what are we doing with computer vision? It provides us all our CCTV cameras at our project size are interconnected, and it provides us real-time monitoring, instant risk detection, and not only that, it provides us recommendation. Like I was said before, what was the previous process of safety compliance? People go to site, they will look around and note down the safety violations and provide us the data point. It will be accumulated or by the end of the week or by the end of the month, and before we can act on it, that thing has gone. But here in our computer vision, what we have done is we have integrated our cameras, and from the cameras, it is processed and using various detection engine, various AI models from PPE detection, like workman grouping, workman idling, and no harness at working at height. These kind of models we have integrated, phone usage, sleeping. These are all the things that we have added in our models, and through those AI models, we have extracted the data, and then we will run it our rules engine, which is integrated with the OSHA, as well as our internal L&D EHS manuals. And once it runs through this engine, the AI validates it and then generates the report of the safety violation. Instantly, it goes to the immediate site engineer who has been nominated for the particular site area. And then once it is going to him, it also goes to the safety in charges. And here this process integrates the safety, the site execution teams. And once it is generated, everything flows through a centralized dashboard. Previously, there was no centralized dashboard, data was kept in silos, but here the dashboard helps the top management as well as the project management to see the safety violations, where we are at, what is happening at our project site instantly on an everyday basis. So the AI camera sees, observes, interprets the data, predicts, and then acts on the data. The second one I'm going to talk about is about productivity. We also have an application where we are using Power Platforms, where we are monitoring our precasting cycle time. It helps the people to better manage the time, it ultimately improving their productivity. So here you can see a lot of leading indicators. What we are doing is we have integrated planning, the project site execution team together, and the planning provides the plan, the site execution engineers updates the progress, and also captures the delays, which is causing more delays, the manpower, maybe the subcontractor, and the reason for the delays is captured, and the trend analysis, the predictive analysis, everything is being done on this platform. We have mapped all the critical activities for the precasting application, precasting works, including segment, span completion. These are the delay analysis that we are doing. Not only even the construction equipment, if the construction equipment is not on time, the breakdowns, everything is mapped in this application, and it provides us a holistic report of what is exactly happening for a precast works, and helps the project management to make a better data-driven decisions. This has helped us in bringing down productivity from by 50, increasing the productivity by 50%. And here you can see in the bottom right corner, you can see segment-wise ideal time versus actual time, and we have use this graphical representation to plug the gaps that has happened in the system so that the productivity has increased. Initially, how it was done? Using manual paper-based reporting, WhatsApp reporting, and when you're accumulating the reasons and accumulating the progress, some data gets missed, some are biased. Here, there is no such thing. Everything, this is a live dashboard, and the top management can see and make decisions based on the available data, not 1 week later.
So now you all saw what are the industry challenges, what are the root causes, and by analyzing that, what solutions we have given. Now, how are we developing those solutions? What is the methodology that we are adopting? The first and foremost thing, important thing while deriving these solutions is stakeholder buy-in. Now, these stakeholders are not only our users, they are our co-creators. So while we are going for requirement gathering workshops, we take the co-creators or the stakeholders to get involved in shaping the solution, not only just adopting it. Then we create a business case. So the most important questions here that has to be answered is, what is the solution? What is the problem that the solution is replying to? And what are the benefits you are deriving out of it? Then one nominated SPOC will be there, a single point of contact who will be driving the local adoption. After that, the MVP, that is a minimum viable product that we are giving, it's deriving tangible benefits. Instead of giving a full scale rollout, we adopt agile methodology. So what we are doing is we are giving quick win MVPs instead of waiting for a large solution to be developed. And after or during the development as well, we take the feedback from the stakeholders for continuous improvement. Now, with all these steps, we identify a single source of truth for each of the function and then integrate individually with the points. And so with this, we'll be able to remove the overlapping or the duplicate process task. So some tasks which are shadow systems, like there would be similar tasks which have been done. So that also will eliminate. Then we'll have a discussion with the stakeholder to go for whatever deliverables across different functions are there. So then after this, talking about people, that is the most important pillar of digital transformation. We go for digital upskilling. So once we have staffs with us, we need to upskill them. So for that, what we have done is we have trained around 150 plus staff with recent tools like you can see Python, Power BI, SharePoint, Power App. And the participants themselves have digitized their own processes. So around 25 processes from various departments have been digitized by the participants who have gone this training, who have got this training. So using, so you can say with this training, we are able to adopt the digital solution and make it sustainable.
So far you have seen all the problem statements, the analysis and the solutions that we have developed in our SPG, and also the methodology that we have followed. I will now give you the recommendations, what can be done for our fellow practitioners. So first of all, develop your long-term digitalization goals. Fix your goals, what type of technology that you want to adopt. How are you going to deliver it? What is the KPIs that you want from this particular technology? Be it productivity improvement, be it reduction of process time. Second one is adopt an agile methodology, because while you're delivering a product, it should have a minimum viable product, because if you keep on waiting for the entire product to be developed before adoption, before delivering it to the end user, the lot of changes will keep on coming and you will not be able to deliver that product. So always make sure that you deliver the minimum viable product, and using continuous feedback loops, always integrate that feedback from the end user, and the next iteration of the product will always be better than the previous one. The third most important thing Like Jaysmita has told, the people aspect. You have to train, you have to set aside a certain amount of your cost for developing your workforce. Make them digitally savvy, understand what product you are going to develop, and train them also. It is not only the uh, job of a particular function to develop the digital initiatives, but also as a whole, we have to be developing the digital solutions so that the
Excuse me, sir.
entire, yes,
15 minutes of your presentation are over. You have only 5 minutes left.
yes, the entire organization can develop and move towards the digital transformation. The fourth one is the collaborative effort aspect. See, there are so many functions, there are so many data points, but the data points are not singular. It is being used by some other function. So identify those functions and work with them in developing the solution and make cross-functional integration so that there will be a single source of truth. That is your ultimate step. Integrate all the processes, eliminate the shadow system, and there will be only one single source of truth for the entire process. Or the cross-functional integration is a must if you're moving towards digital transformation. So right now, if you see, if we are here now in 10 years, the digital aspect will move 10x more. And in 20 years, it will be 100 times more than what it is now. So it is high time that we invest more in our digital transformation initiatives and also more in upskilling our workforce. Digital transformation is not about a single application or the solution adoption. It is about integration of technology, processes, as well as the people to deliver a single source of truth. Before I end, I will quote from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest species that survives, nor the most intelligent one that survives, but the species that is most adaptable that will survive. Instead of species, we can have organization. The most adaptable organization will flourish. So I will ask you to embrace this change and move towards digital transformation. Thank you. Open for questions.
Jim, Jaysmita, I think good presentation. You have covered most of the elements.
Thank you.
A few, again, questions here.
Yes, sir.
See, in a precast technology yard, you have said that you're kind of tabulating the data and you're trying to take a summary of what is happening and then you get back and do that. Now, how frequently do you do this updation of the data?
It is every day, sir. Every day, whenever a new activity, we have identified 14 critical activities from the critical path that will affect the progress. And every time that activity is happening, the update will be there.
So typically in a manufacturing setup or even a infrastructure project setup, the challenge is that the last mile who's supposed to give you the data, the on-site manager, neither will they have internet, nor will they have a hardware to actually put in that data somewhere. Now, how did you guys mitigate that? Which software are you using and how is that person on the ground who is supposed to give the data, passing it on to someone who's actually tabulating this?
So, sir, this technology is Power Application and Power BI dashboard. So, whoever is having our LNT mail ID, they will be able to use the Power Application. So, technology-wise, there is no restriction. So, we have given it to around 40 people across 3-4 project sites, and they will be tasked with be updating. They are directly involved in the precasting activities. They are updating it on a regular basis. It is not like after 1 week they will be updating. If today is the activity is started, they will enter that activity, and once it is ending, they will also enter that activity.
Same question as I asked earlier. Who is the Spock? I mean, what level is he?
Spock from project sites will be one person who is the head of precasting at project site, but the people users will be at various categories, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim and Jasmita, thank you for a good presentation.
Thank you.
I have a question, either if you can take or both of you can supplement to each other. Whenever organizations are going through any transformation, leave alone a digital transformation, there is a lot of um, balance that you need to drive also, because there are various perspectives, and especially in digital transformation, I have seen in some organizations that the old veterans with whom the expertise sits feel alienated because of the digital illiteracy. Okay. On one
Yes.
side, you have that depth of expertise, which you can't do without because that is your core competency. On another side, there is this digitalization that's happening. And the two of them do not see eye to eye with each other because they're not comfortable with each other. So, how, in your experience, how are you driving that balance so that both of them come together for that ultimate goal?
Yes, ma'am. So, like we have shown in the presentation, we do provide a lot of trainings programs. We identify people who want to get trained. When you're coming to the people who are little bit reluctant to adopt, what we are doing is we for that particular function, we show them the use cases, how that can capture their function, like what benefit they can reap by using this particular application. When they see that, even the function heads, they are saying like, please teach us this particular application or this technology so that I can use it by myself to develop on my own. That is the level of integration that we have undergoing so far, ma'am. So they themselves come and ask us that because of our products that is giving them more KPI values, so they are asking us to teach them Python. They are asking us to teach them Power BI applications. So we go personally one-on-one sessions. Also, we provide them training in Power application as well as Python.
Also, to add to what Jim sir was saying, like you were asking when people used to have that conventional methodology of working, and we bought digital transformation. So, I personally have dealt with people like at site who were very reluctant to adopt these digital technologies, and they were like more into Excel and paper or manual spreadsheets and all that. So I have seen like during that time we had gone for all these trainings and using all these trainings and telling them ki this is how this is the benefits that you are going to get. So you need to switch. So it is like sir was saying, this is the recent practice is happening, like people are coming to us. But during that, when in the starting initial phase of digital transformation that happened in RBF, during that time we had faced this issue ki we have to go to individual site and then tell the project managers ki this is what are the benefits of digital tools that you need to use, and once you start using you will get a real time visibility, like the problems that were earlier there, like manual processes are there, digital you can say the manual process, and there was no real time visibility, like we were writing something on paper and giving ki this is what is happening, but now we are able to see ki actually what is happening at site. So sitting at a particular room they are able to view what is actually happening at site. So this is how we have brought the transition has happened.
Thank you, Jasmita. Anyone from audience? Any questions? You guys need to be a little more active in terms of watching the presentations. They have a lot of industry work they are presenting here. Useful to understand what they are doing, what they're not doing. So if you have any questions, you should ask. This is the time. Okay. We'll move on. Thanks a lot, Jim. Thanks, Jasmita. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
ma'am and
sir.
sir. Presentation. We now invite paper number 3619, authored by Manoj Hegde, to present the paper title. I request the presenters attending online to please turn their mics off. Thank you very much. We now invite paper number 3619, authored by Manoj Hegde, to present the paper titled From Performance Ambition to Project Delivery, a stage-gate developer playbook for high-performance buildings in India.
Hello, hello. Further straight? I mean, is it audible? This is better? Further? This is fine? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So while it's getting loaded, let me give a quick introduction about myself. I'm Manoj Hegde. I have over 18 years experience in design, development and execution and operating of high performance building. So, what is a high performance building? Any building which is consuming less than 50% on electricity demand, less than 50% of water,
and efficient way of energy use. So all my life I've been doing high performance building. And while I was at my previous org, one thing we understood that we have to have some aggressive goals. If we do not take up some aggressive goals, during that point of time there was nothing coined as high performance building. We started measuring buildings. We understood that we took some aggressive goals of having can we reduce our energy demand by 50%? Can we reduce our water demand by 50%? So while I did that, we understood that it is not a technological problem. It is not an intent problem also, nor that we cannot do it. It is a process which when everybody is in a hurry of a deliverable. So with this, this presentation is intended. This presentation looks at a practical question on how we keep high performance building targets from getting diluted in a project as we go along. The intent is always there. No developer wants to delay the building. No developer wants to lose money on his project. No developer wants to deliver a building of substandard material. So where is the intent lost? So the developer. So what we did is we started developing a playbook which a developer can follow and can have this initiative run across the organization, which can be followed as a process where intent is not lost, the dilution doesn't happen. So the developer playbook is not another rating system. It doesn't, we already have so many lead rating system, or we have IGBC green certification. So this is not a lead rating system at all, or a design manual. It is a stage gate approach that keeps performance targets, technical evidence, and project decisions connected throughout the life cycle. So we are sure that the intent is not lost, nor the performance criteria are lost, nor during execution something is missed out, nor the specifications are diluted while somebody is procuring it. So we'll go through this idea. So the core idea is very simple. Keep high performance target must survive every project decision. Yeah. No. I'm not. Okay. So the simple the core idea here is high performance targets must survive every project decision. For example, if the decision coming from the management, then the decision coming from the stakeholder, then the decision coming from the construction company, or the decision coming from the designers. This every decision, whatever has been taken, is to be documented and it should not be dilated. For example, the intent of having an EPI or a very good EPI of 75 or less should not be diluted as we go. So the framework therefore focus on three major importance. One is the governance, and one is the evidence, and the integration of the project. And I am on the second slide. Yeah. Why does performance gets lost? So usually it's not because of the inefficiency of the technology or unavailability of the technology, or we don't have access to it. It is purely based on the performance is gradually diluted through a series of project decisions. So target may remain broad. So we might have a target that I want a good performing building, but how good is it? Either it's 50% less consuming electricity than a regular building, or 50% less of water demand compared to a regular building, or or am I using 100% of recycled water? So it is vague. If it is not defined properly, it cannot be measured, it cannot be accounted for. So targets remain broad, disciplines may optimize separately. So architect might have a different goal, MEP guy might have a different goal, the sustainability might have a different goal. There's no integrated approach here. So procurement may prioritize first on cost. So procurement's always goal is to buy any product at the lowest cost. But sometimes it so happens that in the market the specifications are diluted. You might get the lowest cost, but the total integrated performance is lower there. For example, you can have 95% into 5 times, it becomes a 77% or 75%. So any loss in efficiency in one stage, it is a multiplication factor. You multiply 95% into 95% into 95% 6 times, it becomes 77%. So that's why we always emphasize that the intent is not lost. The key point here is that there is rarely a single failure. The failure never happens in a single stage. It is a series of failures there. So high performance is a life cycle responsibility, not a design responsibility. I mean, we are all very good in designs. We are all very good in optimization. But it is the problem of the integrated approach. Sorry? Yeah. So this research paper, the question is, how can a developer-led stage-gate framework embed high-performance requirement across the building cycle? So the paper makes 3 contributions here: a life cycle governance model, evidence-based decision gate. So we are not designing our building envelope or performance just because there's a thumb rule which is attached to it. We are not telling that, okay, I'll have so much percentage of glass, I'll have good daylight. It is simulated results. It is actually evidence which accounts for. And for practical applications, we will also take a case where we have done this in multiple buildings. I myself have done more than 10-12 million square foot of high performance building. So I have the experience of design, I have the experience of operating it, I have the design of executing it. So that is why I have a fair amount of experience how this dilution may happen if you do not monitor properly. So the playbook is not a new rating system. It is a developer-side governance framework that connects technical evidence to the project decisions. Its 3 contributions are life cycle governance, evidence-based decision, and practical application across all the 4 cases. So here we see the developer is the center point here. The developer playbook is, in practical terms, the developer sits at the center of the project because it controls the brief, consultant appointment, commercial decisions, and approval gates. However, the developer does not replace any architect, nor they replace any MEP guy, nor they replace any sustainability guy, nor the facility manager, nor the contractor. Developer is a guy who ties all of this and works well along with the entire team. Each specialist retains the responsibility of their own scope. So we are not diluting the scope of an MEP guy nor a facade consultant. The developer's role is to keep all terms aligned with the same whole building performance goal, so that the goal is not diluted. Yeah. So the playbook divides the project into 8 major life cycles in a total project, from initiation and concept design through the procurement stage, construction, commissioning, and operation. At each stage, there is a decision gate. Unless the decision gate or unless that required minimal validation is approved, we will not move on to the next stage. It so happens that let us look at the commissioning part later. Let us look at the MNV part later. Let us look at the daylight later. We will somehow arrive at it. But daylight is connected to your anode solar exposure, which is connected to your heat load, which is connected to your capex equipment, which is connected to your cost. So everything is interconnected. So what we recommended, we have a stage gate approach. For example, concept design needs evidence on form and envelope strategy. Detailed design needs coordination, calculation, and documentation. Construction needs installation and testing evidence. And commissioning needs further verification. So the objective is to prevent unresolved performance issue. So something which is not resolved, we may go to the next step, but it has to be documented somewhere. We know that we have to revisit this. and being carried forward into a later stages where they become more difficult and expensive to correct. For example, if something is not factored, a measurement and verification is not factored, or air quality monitoring is not factored, it is very difficult to implement it later. For example, in a new buildings, the client requirement or the Western GCCs which are getting set up in the country, they have very specific requirement. If your building is built for today and not seeing as a requirement for the next 20 years, we will lose that opportunity. Once the building is built, it is built for the next 50 years. So nothing can be done later.
So
the second core principle is traceability. Anything you do across the project, there should be a way to trace it back. So every important performance target should have a clear chain of custody from original target through analysis, design, specification, installation, commissioning and operation. For example, setting on HVAC efficiency or facade target is not enough. We should be able to see the supporting analysis for that. For example, is the HVAC design done by a thumb rule basis, or whether it is done by an actual calculation, or it is a simulated value? These make a lot of difference. We have seen some projects where thumb rule based or then the actual requirement varies from 30 to 40%. And when you install a higher capacity equipment, it always is running at a part load which is at an inefficient zone. So finally, measured performance should feed back into future projects. For example, when we design a building, we get so much of information that the next building can be optimized. For example, instead of having a 10 megawatt power demand for a 1 million square foot, can I reduce it to 7 megawatts? Can I reduce it to 5 megawatt? That 5 megawatt reduction reduces my capex, reduction in connected load, connected demand, and it saves on yearly savings and cost. So the study uses a design science approach. In simple terms, the playbook was developed to address real project deliverable problem and then examined through 4 practical applications. The evidence include target sheet, engineering calculation, multidisciplinary reviews, decision records and audit findings. So this is one case which has actually been conducted, a case in a screening level, engineering comparison for a 1 million square foot, which is a 10 lakh square foot building in a hot and humid climate. So the important point here is that the result did not come from equipment efficiency alone. People think that, we spoke about smart cities and smart navigation and smart equipment. It doesn't only come by high efficient. First, you reduce your demand. So hence, the envelope cooling reduced. The important point here is that the result did not come alone by the equipment efficiency alone. We first reduce the building
through better envelope performance and lower internal load, and then applied more efficient equipment. In this process, the reduction was reduction of 73% in total HVAC demand, 43%, and estimated peak HVAC electrical demand by around 62%. The annualized HVAC EPI. So when we go for a high performance building, if the HVAC EPI alone is around 60 EPI, it is very difficult to achieve a 75 EPI or less than that. So with this process, we were able to achieve a 20 or 50% reduction. Yeah. So case B, C, D demonstrate different kind of values from case A. Here, the contribution is better project decision and clearer vision evidence rather than a calculated savings number. In case B, concept approved was made conditional on facade simulation and reconciliation of the envelope and HVAC assumptions. In case C, integrated performance brief aligned facade, daylight, and HVAC decisions. In case D, the intervention established a baseline. So unless you have a baseline, we never know how much good or how much bad we are doing to the system. The reported outcomes are therefore deliberately different in a conditional decision. Here, okay, across the project, 6 recurring risks appeared. So we noticed a pattern that these are recurring in every project. This includes broad quantitative glows without measurable criteria. So unless you have a mechanism to measure it, how much daylight are you getting? How much is your EPI? If you don't have a meter to measure how much power you're consuming, how do you know you achieved your goals? So what we saw is this includes broad qualitative goals without measurable criteria. Important decisions were fixed before the analysis. For example, the facade was fixed before even understanding the heat load. Rule of thumb sizing, first cost evaluation, late control metering and commissioning, measurement and verification being introduced after the key decisions were made. The value of the playbook is that it makes this risk visible earlier. We show them that if you are not adopting this process, or if you're not adopting these interventions right in the design stage, you are going to miss out on a savings opportunity which is coming through monitoring basis. Most performance loss is not caused by one major failure. It comes from a series of small decisions. This slide explains why the developer is the central in the framework. You see here on the left-hand side, this is the same building, but here we see it is all fragmented. The decisions are taken at a individual vertical level, where the developer here is like a binding agent, where every decision is taken as an integrated decision. So in the conventional project, the architect, MEP consultant, procurement team, contractor, and facility management team may perform well within their own scope. They will perform very well within their scope. An HVAC guy will do excellent design. MEP guy, the facade guy will do an excellent design. But if these two people collaborate, they can have some cross-reference, like the MEP guy asking, can you reduce the load by having a passive measure? Or the facade guy asking that, what do you want me to do so that, your daylight is maintained, your AC is reduced, and you have a lower heat load. So the developer does not replace the technical specialities. Its role is to preserve one whole building performance objective and keep all the projects in line. The playbook complements rather than replaces the existing approach. So the codes are not compromised. The process is not deviated. The technical advisory is not been diluted here. The code and the rating system define performance requirement. Commissioning verifies the system work as intended. Soft landing support for the handover. It is not that the handing over guys come in the last of the project. They are involved right in the middle of the project, so they are well informed and equipped with the kind of technology they are dealing with. The additional value of the playbook is that it connects performance target to actual project decision across the whole life cycle. So whatever intended target is taken in the beginning of the project, it has been executed throughout the project, and at the end of the project, it has been continuously monitored by a building management system, and constantly it has been improvised. At the same time, the evidence boundary is important. This study shows improved decision making and traceability, so that whatever decision you have taken throughout the project in terms of design, we know that it has been actually working or not. Here the practical, 5 minutes. Here the practical implementation of the developer are straightforward. Set measurable targets, you set whatever can be measured. You have a target which is, and have a mechanism which it can be measured. For example, your air quality can be measured, your air volume can be measured, your fresh air can be measured, your daylight can be measured, your EPI can be measured. EPI is nothing but energy performance index, where you can measure the energy savings. In some of the projects, we have seen an EPI reduction of 150 to 70. That means in a project of 10 million or a million square foot, which is 10 lakh square foot, you can have an yearly savings of 5 to 6 crores without any additional capex cost, if you follow this process. So facility management should also be involved. So early maintenance, for the early maintenance, training and operation verification are considered during design and commissioning. The key message here is success is not the number of recommendations that has been issued. It is the success is whether the performance can be verified through original target through operations. With this last slide, I would like to close this with one keynote message here. The high performance building is not proven with ambitious target and declared at the start of the project. It is proven when those targets can be traced through the design, procurement, and construction to install system, commissioning results, and measured operations. The developer playbook supports this through three things: clear governance, evidence-based decision, and integrated approach across the project. The developer does not replace any specialties in the project. It keeps the whole project aligned in one performance goal, and ensures that whatever targets have been taken in the initial of the project, it is carried throughout the design and it is delivered. With this, I thank you and look forward for the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manoj.
Thank you.
So I have two questions. One is the building physics principles that we apply here. Most of them are borrowed from the Western climate models.
Yes.
How relevant do you think it is to apply to an Indian tropical climate? and then go on doing, you know, these kind of corrections or these kind of performance monitoring, which is a vicious circle in itself, because the basis of a planning and designing a building is not rooted in the local environment.
Yeah. So it's a very valid and relevant question, and my answer is it's very irrelevant to take it from the Western countries. You know, our context and our geography is very, very different. Our requirement is very different. Like, you know, adopting a concept of, you know, fully glazed building, for example, they need more heat to be accumulated inside the building. They need heating there. And we adopted the same kind of glazing in our tropical and humid climate where we need cooling. So we indirectly we are, you know, doubling our requirement. In today's design, what I see is the envelope load, which is the skin of the facade, is consuming more electricity and air conditioning than the humans. How did it happen? You know, we are the country with, you know, with the Vedas and the kind of technology we have, we are the masters in passive design. But because of this globalization and the Western influence happening, and then the understanding of the architect that if you want to have a A-grade corporate office, it has to be a glazed building. So our fundamentals are very clear. So what we do is we ensure that the daylight is maximized, the heat is reduced. That's why the window wall ratio, I have not completed the complete subject here. That's why the window wall ratio reduces in Indian context to 30 to 35%. With 35% of glass, we have ample amount of daylight. So that means 65% of the glazing is adding only heat to your building. So that 65% of the building having a good thermal mass which reduces your heat load. Also, we have, you know, we can reduce the glare issue. Then you do the cooling. That's why the same building which I mentioned here in Mumbai, which is hot and humid, the client were going with the conventional design of 100% glass building. So what we said, okay, the intent is frozen. You still have the glass facade building, but don't have full glass facade. Have a 750 mm lintel with a good insulated wall, reduce your heat load. So that is the process. So like you said, the basics has to be set right. The fundamentals have to be set right. So physics comes into the thermodynamics are evaluated well in advance before we go into equipment selection.
Thanks. I think the honesty of your purpose in human settlements comes across very
Yes.
well in your
Yes.
response.
Yes.
You didn't try to defend that, but you said, yes, there is a fundamental flaw.
It is a
in
fundamental,
how we
I mean, we are trying to correct it. India will be flood. So we heard in the main conference hall, the next market in this country is not the new development. The next biggest market, what we see, the redevelopment of the existing building. In 1990s, late 1990s and 2000, the amount of building which we have built, which are all glass buildings, are going to consume a lot of energy, which is consuming an EPI of around 200 to 250. Now, BE 5-star rated has recently issued 5-star 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5-star 5 alone is 150. So you cannot have any building which is having an EPI of more than 150. We should always ambition to have an EPI of less than 80. So to achieve that, and this all buildings will be retrofitted in the coming years. There's a huge demand and market for this retrofit projects.
And by saying that, you have already answered my second question, which was LEED certification is actually perpetuating this whole
Yes.
flawed basis.
Yeah.
So, but you answered that already.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And LEED certification, to be honest, was a start. I mean, we do not have to continue with that same thing and take it as a legacy till, to the next 50 years. Today, India is developing at a rapid pace. So we have enough technical expertise, we have enough tools to simulate the model. We don't have to go with the traditional methodology, what ASHRAE guidelines have given or what the US and the European chapters have given. We have our own standards and we have so many benchmark examples for net zero buildings. So we should adopt that.
Good, Manoj. You are from IHS, right?
Yeah. So previously I was working at Infosys for like 18 years, and then I thought so many buildings have been done, we had reached a peak, we reduced our energy demand by 50%, water demand by 50%. So for me there, achieving even a 1% better efficiency was very difficult. So we thought that why not, share this experience with the world and contribute in a manner where, you can make a difference here.
I think the work is very good. I think it's fabulous. I hope it will keep. You can probably share this to a much wider audience once you have done something, and then probably it goes. Just a few suggestions. I mean, no, I'm not expecting a response. Just my own observations, the way you made a presentation. Again, when I'm saying that, when I want you to make this public and present it to a much wider audience, maybe a few pointers on how do you convey this message. Message is perfect, and I kind of understand. But I think when, as a sitting in an audience and when you're seeing the message, probably the flow could have been slightly, let me say, slightly more structured. For instance, when you say 8 gates there and you used a design science approach, how did that approach lead to 8 gates? Why not 7? Why not 6? What is the theoretical framework behind that? What, when you come back saying that I'm going against the kind of westernized systems, how did that element come out of the theory of behind it? What is the theoretical framework? I'm speaking simply because you're from an academic institution a little bit, only for that extent. So when you probably explain that better, I think it will be, it may be understandable. The second, on the what you said in the gates and what you presented in the examples, they're not directly correlated.
Yeah.
You missed some steps. Obviously, I know the time is short.
Yeah,
and
because of the
you do
shortage of time. Because
yeah,
so the playbook is alone a 50-page document,
sure,
which we give it to the developers.
But the question is, how do you communicate to your audience like this, or when you kind of publish it later, how do you actually go about doing it in a manner which people understand? That, I think, some more work needs to be done.
Yes.
How do you convert the playbook into a more understandable theory?
Yeah.
Other point, just be cautious about when you're again saying something. As you keep generalizing stuff, it becomes too macro, and it's open to interpretation. The point in the presentation is that you have made it more specific on the ground. You are finding in 4 examples as evidence on what improvements have happened, and you followed a sequence, etc. But once you kind of generalize, everything gets neutralized. These are points only for when you go to the next stage of making this available to a larger audience.
Correct.
But I think please keep that in mind when you keep going it.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? Okay.
Yeah, you rightly said that, instead of just these 4 projects, I could have also taken an example where in Assure program, we are doing some 20 million square foot of projects. So that examples can also be drawn here. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful presentation. We now invite paper number 7584, authored by Muhammad Azizur Rahman, to present the paper titled Bridging the Execution Gap, a Practitioner's Appraisal of PPP Governance for Bangladesh Vision 2041. He'll be joining us online.
Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir. They are visible.
Okay.
We can start the
Okay.
presentation.
Okay, thank you for confirming this.
Also, please put it on slideshow, please.
Yeah. Here you go. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mohammad Aziz Rahman from Bangladesh Planning Commission. It is a pleasure to join you at ICCRIP 2026. I would like to thanks and gratitude to the organizer and the committee who have given me the opportunity in the online presentation. Today, I will present my paper titled Bridging the Execution Gap, a Practitioner's Appraisal of PPP Governments for Bangladesh Vision 2041. Before diving into deep, I would like to say something more details about me. As I earlier mentioned about that, I have been working in Bangladesh Planning Commission as Senior Assistant Chief. I have actually almost 13 years of practitioner's experience in the project management. Earlier, I worked in the zone development management in Bangladesh Economic Zones Authority. There I also worked with the PPP projects and some sub projects with the World Bank funded projects. Earlier, I had also opportunity to work in the field administration with the local government projects. Notably, I am a certified public-private partnership professionals among very few in Bangladesh. So let's move on. So what I'll cover, that is the financing challenge in a PPP. After that, theory, value for money, including risk allocation, then global benchmarks, comparing with Australia, India, and the UK approaches. After that, Bangladesh reality, practitioner perspective, and what reforms, okay, I suggested from my research paper. 4 practical recommendations I'll discuss, and at the end, the conclusion. According to World Bank 2023 and Rahman 2026, in Bangladesh, 10 to 12 billion US dollars financing gap remained. Vision 2041 requires a fundamental shift in how Bangladesh finances and delivers infrastructures. For the help of audience, that Vision 2041 is the perspective plan of Bangladesh, which requires huge amount of investment. Conventional projects cannot mitigate those financing. So as a result, PPP is mandatorily a model. As Bangladesh graduates from LDC status, concessional foreign aid will diminish soon. Although Bangladesh has applied to retreat this graduation for 3 years, which is in review in the United Nations General Council. Private capital mobilization through PPPs, that's why it becomes a strategic necessity. As I mentioned in earlier slide, that's private investment is a strategic necessity, not a supplementary option. So what I show here, that according to PPP Authority, that means Public-Private Partnership Authority 2024, there are 80 PPP projects valued approximately 30 billion US dollar. But the fact is, the conversion rate from concept to financial close remains percentage low. So what is the core argument is that a deficit of rigorous bankable appraisal at the entry point of the project cycle is very much important, not about the investor interest. So partnering with the countries rather than contracting is very much important. I mentioned that almost a large pipeline, around 80 plus PPP projects in the pipeline, where 30 billion US dollar is a value, but the concept of financial close is very low. Roherish et al. Confirmed that project preparation quality is among the most critical determinants of whether PPPs deliver value for money in developing economic contexts. Now, I would like to show the methodology I followed to conduct my study. First one, the document analysis, including the PPP frameworks, which includes PPP Act 2015, Vision 2041, Partnerships Victoria, Niti Aayog of India, and comparative analysis, risk-sharing models from mature markets, contrasted with Bangladesh emerging framework, and the number 3 is my practitioner insight. As I mentioned earlier, that I worked in Bangladesh Economic Zones Authority, right now in Bangladesh Planning Commission, earlier in the field administration. So from the field administration case study that is called Dhaka Bypass Expressway, where I worked, I got my hands-on experiences, and the findings I got, I tried to extract those in my study. Another most important part of a PPP project is value for money and the risk allocation. So value for money, ESCOM 2021 outlines that the optimum combination of whole of life costs and quality to meet user requirements, not from treating PPPs as of balance sheet financing. What is the practice of risk allocation? K et al. 2010 outlines that risk should sit with the party best able to manage it at the least cost. So what happened in Bangladesh? That optimism bias we face. Projections look viable on paper, but collapse when lenders spot real risks such as land and utility issues. Now, the global benchmark comparing with Australia, as I mentioned earlier, that there are 3 countries I have selected in my study: Australia, India, and UK. So Australia's public sector comparator could be a good option for Bangladesh. Why? Because as at least a pilot basis simplified PSC would give decision makers an evidence base for justifying PPP procurement of projects. At present, Bangladesh is maintaining some conventional projects appraisal frameworks like IRR, BCR, or the other feasibilities, but we have not incorporated public sector comparated yet. Now, the hybrid annuity model from India, what it shows us, what is the lesson for Bangladesh? That the one important thing is that hybrid annuity model of NICI in India, okay, it 40% of project cost funded as a government annuity during construction. So some risky sectors like transport, okay, it gets an incentive so that some risks are already shared by the government. As a result, India's hybrid annuity model reduces the private sector's financing burden. So for Bangladesh, this directly addresses the land acquisition and revenue uncertainty risk that make BOT-based project, that means build, operate, and transfer-based projects, unattractive to commercial lenders. Now I'd like to show my another comparative benchmark, that is United Kingdom. Earlier I mentioned about the Australia's PSC public sector comparison and India's risk sharing hybrid annuity model, and now it is about the contract management and such accountability. So UK's private finance initiative and its successor PF2 emphasize transparent contract structures, long-term performance accountability, and public equity participation. For Bangladesh, that can limit the scope for unsolicited proposals to bypass competitive bidding. So that PFI, PF2, or the transparent contract management and accountability will make sure the unsolicited proposals to get access the competition. Now, my practitioner's perspective, Planning Commission, BESA, and the preparation gap. One gap is that in Bangladesh, Planning Commission is basically mandated for appraising and approving the conventional projects, whereas Public-Private Partnership Authority is for the PPP projects. But in some cases, Planning Commission is also responsible. So, but there is a little coordination gap here, which I tried to show in my paper. And what good preparation looks like. I mentioned that I worked in PESA, Economic Zone Development. There were 7 public-private partnership projects, including desalination plant, effluent treatment plant. So where that was my implementation experience. So during working, that project, it was a World Bank funded infrastructure project. I found that pre-prepared environments lacked. Now my field level experience, the Dhaka bypass expressway, it is the PPP project which I mentioned earlier. that I worked as a subdivisional officer in my country. It is called Upazila Nirbahi Officer. So there I found that unresolved land acquisition responsibilities, overlapping jurisdictional mandates, absence of consolidated risk metrics. These were not financing failures, actually. They were institutional failures rooted in unclear risk ownership and weak interagency coordination during preparation. Uh, Actually, when I went to the field for implementing the project with the EPC contractor and OEM and with the project authority, so there are some problems we found which were not assessed earlier at the project. So front end government or appraisal uh, must be evaluated at the very early. Here is the my earlier write-up of a policy article published in a famous newspaper in Bangladesh, that is the Business Standard. I wrote down solely on that project, PPP project, Dhaka Bypass project, which is also incorporated in my study. Three structural pitfalls I found, okay, that my practitioner's perspective, that is bureaucratic fragmentation, which overlapping mandates across the ministries, PPP and the Planning Commission, technical capacity deficit, critical shortage of civil servants combining project finance, law, and engineering expertise, most acute during concession negotiation against experienced international contracts. Number three, transparency gaps. Unsolicited proposals continue to bypass competitive bidding in some cases, as this is one of the structural pitfalls. So in my earlier slide, I mentioned about the Australian public sector comparative that is used by the Infrastructure Australia. Now, what based on my findings, the recommendations I'm going to show, the 4 recommendations. Number 1, mandatory VFM assessments. It could be done by an independent certification. Number 2, standardized risk allocation. A common risk matrix assigning upstream risks, land, environmental clearance to government before procurement, just like India's HAM. Number 3, SDG-linked safeguard, that is ESG, environment, social, and governance. For example, carbon reduction, social inclusivity, and resilience. I mentioned that IRR cannot do it alone. Number 4, professional capacity building. So at least one certified PPP professional, if includes in a PPP team, that could be aligned appraisal language with international banking standards.
Excuse me, sir. 15 minutes of your presentation are over. You have 5 more minutes left.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm almost in the verge of my presentation. If I conclude from a contracting state to a partnering state is my main key point at the conclusion. The realizing Vision 2041 depends on institutional reform, changing how projects are prepared, appraised, and governed before they reach the procurement stage. The execution gap can only be closed by strengthening the front end of the project cycle. This is the most important part, okay, to mitigate the execution gap, which I already mentioned. The 3 important points, okay, I can conclude. Rigorous appraisal, balanced risk sharing, and transparent contracting are practical prerequisites, not aspirational standards. Bangladesh has the policy architecture and the pipeline to become a regional PPP leader. The gap to close is between what the formal framework promises and how it is implemented on the ground. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman. I think thank you for taking the time and making this presentation. It's the approach is correct, and what you tried to present also, I think directionally seems all right. But let me give a few observations, more a comments, not a question to you. It's more I mean, just because my background before I'm giving this, my PhD is on PPPs. So I think I'm qualified a little bit to comment on PPPs, and also worked a lot in Government of India's PPP policy, and must be 40, 50 projects all over the country. We wrote something. So just a few observations just to improve your probably the presentation and probably some practical aspects of in your whenever you are practicing that. First thing, I mean, great to compare with Australia, India, maybe South Africa, Canada. These are the common names we keep comparing whenever we do something. But one thing probably off late in the PPP circle, what we keep debating is that the data is old. If you look at last 5 to 7 years, nothing happened in any of these countries. The PSC model of Australia is old. The Indian, how many PP projects did we do in India in the last 5 to 7 projects? If you see, most of the projects went on 2 particular models, hybrid annuity or the TOTs. The essentially, both the times government is saying that we will put the money, private sector doesn't need to put the money in some kind of a very convoluted way of saying that. But essentially they're saying that we are not looking for PPPs for money. We will fund the projects. That is a statement which the Australian government is saying, and also the Indian government. So think about that. So data you have to see when you're trying to compare last 5 to 7 years, just see what kind of projects each country has done, very, very minimal on a BOT model. They have done PPPs, but more a O&M where public financing happened on the CapEx and the OpEx, ultimately they're asking for the private sector or something like that. So that's one issue which you need to think carefully before we structure anything further. Now, this is the second statement you made is that at a design level and everything level, it looks okay. When it comes to the real project, there's no financial close. The question is on why is it happening? Why are those changes not taken into the design level itself? So that's okay. This is what Australia grappled with quite a lot. I mean, I worked in Melbourne for last 8 years, so I've been closely looking at Australian market a little bit. What are they doing, etc. Just as an example, I mean, Dhaka Expressway also I had seen some time back in the past. I was working with ADB at those days, trying to see whether we can do something and thing. See, in Australia, if a project has to be financed, you need a DPR consultant, right? I mean, you need a consultant for the government. Someone has to write some conditions so that we can put a tender. And we need a consultant for the private sector who has to help the developer put in a bid, right?
Yes.
Now, to cover the risks what we have, the risk what you identify in Bangladesh, exactly the same risk what we have in India. You have a DPR, and when you come to your financial close, both don't match. Both are in 2 different ends. Why is it happening? Australia, what they do is that the consultant has to give a traffic guarantee. What it means is that consultant should stand behind saying that the guarantee, if the numbers don't match, I am financially liable. Now that we don't ask in the South Asian context. We don't say that the consultant, whatever DPR give, if it goes wrong, you pay money for it. That we don't ask. So in Australia, it's required. The consultant has to give a traffic guarantee. Now, it so happened there's only one consultant in Australia who can give a traffic guarantee at this point of time. And unfortunately, that gentleman has been hired by the government. So there can't be any PPP bid because private sector can never have a consultant who can give a traffic guarantee. See where I'm getting it. So essentially, they have gone to the level that you need a more practical ways of ensuring PPPs work. You have to make everyone in the ecosystem responsible, which means you make the consultants also responsible. But unfortunately, there's no capacity. Only one person has, and that person is engaged with the government. And hence, Australia did not do any road PPP projects in the last 5 to 8 years. Very few. Not many, because there's simply no bandwidth.
So that's the kind of detail which they have gone in. Now, can we replicate in South Asian context is open to debate. It's extremely difficult to do that kind of stuff. So think about this. Think about the comparison also, go into a little more depth of the last 5-7 years, what kind of models each country has done, what kind of overruns they had. I mean, Sydney underpass is a most classic case in Australia, whereas in India, of course, is you have the TOTs and the HAMs, which are happening all over the sector. You need to think about that. The final element is on the ESG. Now, you have made a statement, a lot of statements you're making which are not currently you didn't show enough evidence in the presentation anyway, but maybe useful to think about that. ESG linkage to PP has to be thought through carefully. When everyone started thinking about PPPs, there's nothing called ESG those days. And now anyway, currently the ESG is a bad word in the Western world, good word in our part of the world. So how do you, and the finance comes from the Western world and don't come from here. How do you kind of balance this? And putting any ESG is a extra cost as currently any developer thinks. How do you mitigate this? So you need to think about all these things carefully. We add one more element into a project concept, automatically the cost adds up. How do you mitigate that? So some elements like this would be need a little more thinking before projects happening. But I think the directionally it is correct. Just the depth has to be improved as you keep going along. Thank you. Yeah, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Rahman. I think that is one of the most timely and most relevant topics for nowadays, especially for developing countries like both of ours. So taking the cue from you, Raghu, when we started in India the privatization of our public assets about 25-30 years back, we were not at all ready for privatization. Not the public sector, not the private sector, not the bankers, not the consultants, not the contracting companies, not even the concessionaires. Okay, but we learned a lot of lessons along the way. I think the Indian story is what is most relevant for you. Australia, I'm not aware, but Raghu told you about that. UK, it's okay. It's a PFI, which is a different model, and their maturity levels are very different from what we have in our country. So I think you can draw a lot of inspiration from some of the used cases in India, both spectacular successes and spectacular failures. What it actually came down to was the quality of project preparation, because there was this temptation with the consultants to make that case look bankable. There was a lot of pressure from the developers, from the operators to make it look bankable. And I think the consultancy industry did not really resist that temptation. And that is why we had those spectacular failures where the traffic projections did not materialize at all. Please be cautious about these things when you go forward with that. Second is on the whether you club that with real estate component, because the land monetization again is a very tempting thing for the concessionaire, and you will have to guard against that. I think even in the regulatory industry, we learned it later on that we must first put the operationalization of the asset and then allow for the real estate monetization. That's one regulatory lesson that we learned ourselves. The third is on the unsolicited proposals, what we call Swiss challenge, right, in India. Extremely risky. Okay. I don't think the regulatory environment is mature enough to handle unsolicited proposals. That's one observation. And the last thing I had was a quick question on how do you certify these PPP professionals? Do you look at delivery of a successful project? Because that will take about 10-15 years to really see that delivery of the project is successful. I just want to know, how do you certify PPP professional that you mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I meant actually the certification could be taken by the accredited associations, because at present we don't have any system or qualification to certify those personnel. So from the accreditation, it could be just like certification. That doesn't mean he or she should be the actually certified professional, or foundation or elementary, or even the preparation stage completed could be until we get the completely certified professional.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman. That's good. Okay, thanks a lot. We will move forward.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for depicting some important points, which will help me to incorporate in my future endeavors. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful presentation. We now invite paper number IPM 5, authored by Nirmal Raj S. and Palakonda Rajesh, to present the paper titled Full Span Casting and Launching Method in High-Speed Rail Project. They will be They will be joining joining us us online.
Nirmal, please unmute. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I hope my screen is visible. And this is Nirmala J.S. and I have my fellow co-presenter, Mr. Pallagande Rajesh, along with me. We are from Construction Methods and Planning team of L&T Constructions. And we have a combined working experience of 16 years of experience. And in this session, we are planning to take you through the full span casting and launching method, which was followed in India's high-speed rail project. This is India's first high-speed rail project. And the full span, in the sense, it is a full span precast box girder type of superstructure. So for the context setting part, now a table has been presented in the screen, which shows various metro packages and also the high-speed rail package, which was awarded to us. So when we have displayed the scope of work and the construction period for it, and approximately asking rate of delivery per year. So if you see the asking rate for the several metro packages, it's almost 2 to 4 kilometers per year. But for the high-speed rail project, the asking rate was almost around 24 kilometers per year. So which was 5 to 6 times more than the actual asking rate which was happening in the country. So the construction methodology adopted for this metro construction was the segmental type and the U-girder construction type. So since the demand was more, we had to change the construction methodology, and that's how we landed up with the full span construction methodology for high-speed rail project. Now, coming to the industry problem, given the timelines are very stringent and shortened for a very long stretch, we need to find a way how can we do things in a faster way. So in the conventional segmental spans, the cycle time was more, so that by adopting the conventional segmental method, the timeline will be increased. So we have to find a new way of construction methodology. And also in this conventional segmental spans, the activity from the production to the erection of the span has a lot of manpower activities and more cycle time. So that has to be automated, and also manpower has to be reduced. So now we have a small comparison of the segmental spans and full spans in terms of erection, production, and transporting and handling it. So coming to the erection part of time, to complete one segmental span, it takes 4 to 5 days, whereas in full span, we can erect 2 girders per day, 2 span per day. And coming to the production part of it, it takes 16 days to produce one span in segmental spans, and it takes 8 days to complete one span using full span method. And in terms of volume of handling, if you want to handle the one complete span in terms of segments, then for complete 87 kilometers of HSR stretch, what we got, we would need to handle 26,200 numbers of segment. But when it was changed to full span, it was reduced to almost 1,800. So this knowing having these advantages with the full span, we went ahead with the full span for the high-speed rail project. So a little outline of what is mean by full span. Like I have a model bridge uh, displayed, so that this is a typical single span of bridge where which is having a foundation, subsection, superstructure. So we need to execute almost 2000 times of what has been displayed here. That is the magnitude of work involved in this project. And the casting duration was almost 8 days per span, and the erection duration was almost 2 spans per day. Now, coming to the problem statement. While adopting the full span problem statement, at the business level, the problem was how to execute this 87 kilometer of high-speed rail stretch within the stipulated time, cost, and risk associated with it. Now, when we dwell into it, we have at the engineering level or at the execution level, we have 5 major areas where we need to synchronize the activities in order to execute this full span girders. So the major problem was synchronizing these 5 activities and having the final product. Now I will explain what are the 5 major activities and how it is impacting the final erection output. So first thing is production. Production in the sense precasting of the complete full span box girder. So there are various activities involved in the production, and even if one activity falls back, the production will be stopped and will be not achieving the erection as desired. Then coming to the storage part. Once the girder is precast, it has to be stored at some location for inventory management. And if storage space is less, then the productivity will be stopped as a space constraint, and ends will be falling back. Next is transportation. If lead distance is more and we are not able to transport in a specified time, then our stacking will be increased. If stacking is increased and stacking area is filled, then our production has to be stopped. Then coming to the erection equipment part. If we have a launching girder for erecting the full span girders in its place, so if there is any problem with the launching girders, then the transportation will not happen, storage has to be full, and production has to be stopped. So each activity is having impact on its own, and it has to be synchronized. And also not only the activities involved in the precast yard, also in the alignment, we need to make sure the foundations and substructure is ready in beforehand, so that we can proceed with the launching activity. So now how the methodology has been planned. Now, whatever display on the screen is the production area. So this is the complete precast yard setup where we are precasting the complete full span box girder. So this is the alignment of the HSR stage, and this area is the rebar cage producing area. Like for the full span box girder, we need to prepare the rebar cage. The rebar cage was made for complete 40 meter, and it has been lifted and placed in the mold area. So this is the complete mold area where we have 20 molds on one location. So rebar cage fabricated here will be lifted using an equipment, and it will be placed over the mold. Once it is placed over the mold, the mold will be aligned and the concrete will be poured into this. Once the concrete is poured and the stacking strength is achieved, the segment will be lifted and placed in the stacking area. So this is the stacking zone where we are keeping the casted girders. And once the stacking area is done, all the finishing activity is carried out, and it will be kept in the feeding zone. Feeding zone is nothing but we are transferring the precasted girder to the erection location via a girder transporter. So this is the cycle what happens inside the production yard or precast yard. This is the real-time picture of what I said before. So this is the rebar tying area and rebar cage area, and this is the mold area where the concreting will happen, and this is the stacking area where the girder will be stacked, and this is the feeding area where it will be feeding to the erection location. Now we have a small video of how a rebar jig is handling. So here you can see that the entire 40 meter of rebar cage is completely lifted using equipment and a strong back. And this is first time in India. So this is how a full span repackage will be lowered into the mold and further casting will be happening. So coming to the mold area, a single set of mold represents a soffit mold, outer mold, inner mold, and a bulkhead. So single set in the sense we have two soffits at the either ends. Outer shutters will be there, and the inner shutter will be a common, will be in common. So we'll be having inner common area. So before casting the girder, the inner will be parked here, and once the repackage is placed, the inner shutters will be moving inside the repackage. And once the concreting happen, the inner shutters will be coming out, and again it will be going to the subsequent mold as shown here. A small video of how the girder casting is done. So basically, how the mold is set up and how the concreting is happening will be shown here. So yeah, these are the various options involved in producing a girder. Now, Mr. Palakana Rajesh will continue further.
Yeah, what we have seen is the precasting method that we adopted for the full span methods. Here now we'll see what are the equipments we have deployed for carrying out the precast activities, as well as for transporting the segments from the casting area location to the erection location. On the clockwise direction, if you see, the first the equipment is the straddle carrier, which it is in blue color, which we have seen in the video, which will be used for entire rebar cage lifting from its location to and placing onto the mold. And then once the full span is casted, the entire span will be lifted using the same straddle carrier, and it will be transported to the stacking bay location. And from the stacking bay, again the same straddle carrier will be used for shifting from stacking bay to the dispatch location. And at the dispatch location, as you can see on the left side, we have a bridge gantry that will lift entire full span girder, and it will lift it and place it over the deck top, which is already erected. And over the deck top, we see there is a girder transporter, which will take the load of the span, and it will slowly march to the erection location. So these are the major equipments which we have deployed. In a stage wise, if we see, so the girder transporter, as you can see in the bottom picture, girder transporter is carrying the segment, the entire span, to the erection location on the previously erected spans. And the erection machine is waiting in the front for the segment. So this FSRM, this we call it as a full span erection machine, which will be having typically the front support, middle support, and the rear support, rear trolley. So as the girder transporter comes near, the rear trolley will be opened up, and girder will come to the to its lifting location in the next stage. So it will enter inside the lifting locations, and the erection machine is having on top the winches, and the rear trolley will be lowered, and the front winch is connected to the girder here, and it is lifted. So slowly it will be moving forward for placing onto the next span. And as it reaches the rear winch also will be connected with the full span, and it will be lifted, and it will be directly placed over the already installed bearings. So on the pier cap, there will be bearings. So directly it is installed. So if we compare with the SBS, the segmental bridges erection time versus this one, this is so much faster. Like we achieved 2 days, like 2 spans per day we have achieved. And there is no activities of like each segment handling. Typically 40-meter span we are showing here. In 40-meter span, we have 14 to 16 segments. So each segment has to be transported, and each segment has to be handled and dry matched and glued, and stressing has to be done. All these activities are simply are not there in this case. So this is the typical erection sequence that we followed.
15 minutes of your presentation are over. You have 5 more minutes left.
Yes. So how we have tackled the time cycle part to achieve the project deadlines is, so first we have in the casting stage as well as the erection stage. We have monitored the time cycles. The actual time was monitored on a daily basis. Out of that actual time, what is the best time that we have achieved, that we have done, and then what are the from that, what parallel activities we can take up, how can we improve to get its ideal time. So ideal time is calculated around 8 days for one girder activities, for one girder casting purpose. So this is the a diagram which shows the two beds production activity. So the each casting activity will be having the cleaning, cage placing, and the fixing, longitudinal profiling of the cables. All these activities are mapped, and so in this case, the mold, two beds are having a common inner core, as we have seen in the video. There is a common inner core, or the inner form is common for two beds. So there is a float between one bed casting to another bed. So the same inner mold will go to the next bed, and the next bed will be casting. So the time cycle is monitored, and in the next slide we'll see. So in the time cycle, so we have monitored the actual time, and from there how we can reach to our ideal time. So ideal time is we achieved. So for each activities, how we can reduce the time cycle, we have made the parallel activities, and finally the 171 hours per one for one full span girder we have achieved for the casting of the segments. So this is at a like this is for the HSR project. These two graphs shows our monthly production as well as monthly production of the, on the right side we will see monthly production of the girders. On the left side, what is the time cycle it is taking. So as the time cycle is reducing for each activities or for each month, the production is getting increased. So that is what is shown in this slide. So we will see the erection, the full span erection, which goes in this video. So this is the straddle carrier, which is shifting the segments, shifting the full span from the stacking bed to the feeding location. So the bridge gantry is lifting the segment, lifting the full span in its segment bay location, and it is lifting and placing over the girder transporter, which is waiting for its segment. So the entire span, the span is 40 meter here. It is lifted and placed, and it is ready for marching towards the erection location. So meanwhile, the erection and the full span LG is ready, and it is erected the previous span, and the auto launching is going on. Now the LG is ready. The launching girder is ready for the erection of the next span, and the segment is reaching to the location. As we can see here, the winches from the full span LG will be lifting. The front winch will be lifting first the full span, and it will be lifting and placing the entire span into the next span over the already installed bearings. So as you can see, there is a cross railway movement below. So in case of segmental type bridges, we know what are the risks involved. In this case, all the risks are eliminated here, or it is mitigated to a large extent, and largely impacting the time cycle. So by this, the erection time has been drastically reduced.
Excuse me, sir. 20 minutes of your presentation are over. I request you to conclude in the next 1 minute.
Yes. So to conclude, to achieve the delivery demand from the customer, the casting time cycle of 8 days per span per mold is achieved in this method, and the erection time cycle of 0.5 days per span, that is 2 spans per day, is been achieved. So which is leading to per year 30 kilometers of erection completion, and majority safe risk of work at height is reduced. And the future improvisation, we can check the more than 40 meter spans and less than 1800 meter radius of curvature we can explore. And that's all from our end. And for the large scale projects, this type of method, full span method, will be very feasible and will be achieving the delivery timelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirmal Raj and Rajesh. I'm sure this must have been an exciting project for you at site, looking at how your full span segment is cast and how it is erected on site. One question about structural integrity of your full span segment. Earlier also this method was thought and it was given up because there was no assurance of the structural integrity of your full span. If there is a failure, you will have to replace the full span. And again, it's a big exercise. But in segmental casting, that risk is mitigated to some extent. Do you have any comments on that? How did you mitigate the structural integrity risk in a full 40-meter span of your segment?
Yes. Coming to this point, I'll like to add on here what difficulty we faced while producing a full span girder. Like this was the first time when we had to pour almost 400 m³ of concrete at once for a complete full span. So we need to monitor the temperature stresses also, and also we need to find how and what way it should be poured so that cracks will not be there, and how the structural integrity is maintained. So for that, we added 2 to 3 trials, mock-ups were done, and then load test also was done to prove its structural integrity, and it has been done successfully in real time after that. I have not answered exactly to the structural integrity part, but I have answered how it has been done at site, ma'am.
One more point I wanted to add. So in case of segmental, so there is a possibility of in both the cases there is a possibility, ma'am. So like let us say in segmental project, during the process of erection, if there is any structural integrity issue, each segment is hanging with the launching girder, and we can deploy the cutting machine, and because the issue will happen majorly in some of the localized areas, so there we can deploy that cutting machine and repair, and all other segments are still hanging with the launching girder. Whereas in this case, the same case, we may have to explore in the full span. Since it's a full span, it is lifted and it is hanging at 2 points only. So we may have to bring up some change in this equipment, so that during the process of erection, any rectification to be done, how we can cater to that. That can be improved, ma'am, in this.
Have you also erected any sensors on the segment for monitoring structural integrity? Or is it only visual inspection?
Yes, only surveying will be carried out to monitor the deflections of the erected girders. Sensors are there in launching girders in order to monitor the launching girders adequacy. In girder, sensors are not there, ma'am. Only the deflection pattern will be observed.
No, that's the question I was thinking on the quality side of checking this completely. No, it's a good. One final comment or a question is what is the learning for a future project in this? Now, high-speed train is a unique project. What happens? What learning can be taken for a more repeatable projects or any other TI project?
Sir, actually, coming to the launching header point of view, this launching header can move only in one direction. Actually, whatever we have shown, this launching header can move either left side of the casting yard or right side of the casting yard. So there is a time lag when the launching header has to come back and it has to move in the opposite direction from the casting yard. So that can be improved in order to efficiently plan our erection time and reduce the LG turnover things in the casting yard, which will reduce almost a month of activities. So that is one of the learning we have from erection point of view. And regarding casting point of view, standardization of different things, like we have variable lengths of girders, like from 31 meter to 40 meter, we have variable lengths, and we can standardize the molds from different vendors. We should raise the requirements, like it should be done like this, and we want standardization in this, so that can be done adopted in the future. Sir.
Thank you, Malraj. Thank you, Rajesh. Good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation. Last but not the least, we invite paper number IPM4, authored by Subodh Dayal Singh and Yadukrishan R, to present the paper title Safety in Project Execution, Safety at the Forefront in India's First Sencho Pile Construction.
So, good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. So, first of all, thank you for the organizers for giving us the opportunity to present this particular paper in front of all of you. As my earlier colleague said, we are also in the same environment, that is high-speed rail. So our topic for today is safety at the forefront in India's first Shinso pile construction. So this is India's first Shinso pile, which has been undertaken in the high-speed rail. So today with me, I have Mr. Subodh Dayal Singh, who is heading the Environment, Health and Safety Division in the HSR C6, and myself, I am Yadu, taking care of the corporate EHS part. So I request Subodh Dayal sir to move with the presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening all. And I thank IICRP for giving this opportunity to present the presentations. Basically, this is safety at the forefront in India's first Shinso pile. Just a minute. So basically, it is the India's first bullet train project. It is just an overview of the project. Is like it starts from Ahmedabad, that is from Sabarmati, and ends at Mumbai, that is BKC Bandra Kurla complex. And the entire stretch of 508 kilometers. Our package is of 89 kilometers, and in Gujarat portion, it's almost 70 to 80%, and in Maharashtra, it is approximately 27 to 30%. The out of 508 kilometers, 465 is in the viaduct, that is comprising of 91%, and 10% is of the bridges, and 27% is of the tunneling, and cut and cover is approximately 7 kilometers. It has 12 stations, 8 are in Gujarat and 4 are in Maharashtra, except one it is in underground, that is in Mumbai area. Just to give you the brief overview, that the design speed of this entire bullet train is designed for 350 kilometers per hour, and operating speed will be at 320 kilometers. So just to overview of the MHR C6, where Transportation Division is doing this project. It is at the outskirts of Ahmedabad, and it ends at Baroda, our package, and it consists of one station, and that is at Anand Nadia station. And the project cost value is 7,500 crores, and duration of schedule is approximately 45 months. Now, what is Shinso pile? Basically, Shinso pile is a Japanese foundation technique used for constructing large dia reinforcement, that is casting situ solid piles, where conventional method is difficult due to space constraint or critical boundaries conditions. At the C6 projects, we adopted at CNH 405. You can see the location, and it is at the it is at the elevated portion of NH 48, where the road crosses, and it is about 10 meters above the ground level. Now, why Sinjo pile was required? As I told earlier, due to space restriction, there is a limited median space and the ground level difference is there. Second was the geometric constraints, like 1600 meters 60 meters radius alignment curvature restricted the single span girder. Third was the live interface on the NH48. We have to take the approval from NHI, required traffic diversions from the local police authorities, and coordinations when liaising with the local jurisdictions of police and corporations. Fourth was the Japanese, like this method is commonly in railway systems and it is referred as a Japanese railway standard. And fifth is the foundation, whereas this provides a stability check in addition with the foundations. That's why this Sinjo pile is preferred. Now, what are the components of Sinjo pile? It consists of a corrugated liners. You can see in the picture, this is a corrugated liner. Pointer. Just a minute. Pointer. Yeah, this is the corrugated liners. It is basically imported steels and approximately 48 metric ton and 2.7 mm thickness of section. Reinforcement beams that is there for securing the entire case dia of this liners. Grout system is there. That is in you can see there's a grouting port is available for doing the grouting to sustain the stability of this liner. And excavators are there deployed. There's a bobcat baby excavators grounded to remove the soil and muck. Apart from that, ventilation systems like safety auxiliaries were installed for providing fresh air for the workmen working inside the well. Yeah. Now, phase-wise execution, like before starting the preparation of traffic diversion was planned, executed, submitted to local authorities for diversion of traffic along with the approval from the NHI. Safety signages and safety warnings were displayed prominently 1 kilometer, 500 meters to warn the commuters. Second was the initial excavation and ring installation. So M35 concrete were filled to make the ring rigid. And excavators along with the small baby bobcat excavators were introduced to remove this excavation muck from the Sinjo pile. And fourth stage was the cage lowering for concreting purpose. This will be seen in the upcoming slides. Like what the sequence of foundation was the excavation of soil in the angular space. This is the angular space. The dia for our package, the dia was 7 meters. Liners were installed. There is a steel liners to fix the module of this entire Sinjo pile and grouting the annular spaces. Like in showed in the previous slide, the angular spaces were grouting of that and ring being fixed. And this process was continued till that required depth was achieved. Now, what were the safety, health, and environment measures taken? Like before starting of the activity, pre-job briefing along with the hazards were discussed to all the stakeholders, including the workmen, engineers, and supervisors. Apart from that, a mine cage basket was provided with the provision to, in case of emergency, the workmen can be rescued along with the gantries were fixed to, in case of event of any emergency, they can be retrieved easily. For better monitoring of supervision, a CCTV was installed on gantries to check the effectiveness and health of the workmen. Apart from that, a cage letter was provided to go inside safely for access and ingress purpose. A routine mock drills were carried out in case of events of emergency. How can we rescue the workmen safely? Since the Sinjo pile is more than, it was up to 28 meters of depth, atmospheric gases were and oxygen level were monitored, along with the poisonous or hazardous gases present inside were monitored. In event of emergency, SCBA, that is self-contained breathing apparatus, were provided for respiratory protection in high-risk areas from more than 15 meters above, where we have to evacuate or rescue the workmen safely. SCBA were provided in addition to the ventilation system. And adequate ventilations were provided for fresh air inside the piling foundations. This is the sequential photographs like location marking, excavation, liner placing, ring placing, lowering of cages, and concreting. This is the traffic diversions. We have taken the consent from both NHI and local police authorities. Hazard marking and safety signages as per IRC standards were installed to aware and warn the commuters plying on the NH 48. These are the high visibility, that is the high reflective signages deployed, and rope light for night visions, water-filled barriers, train marshals deployed, all construction activities within the barricading, and announcement for with megaphone to communicate and warn the commuters and the vehicles flying nearby. Now for digital portion, I hand over to Yadu. He will get.
So for the digital part, we have a portal called Shield. So Shield has multiple modules. For example, RTR is the first module where it is a pre-start risk assessment process, and each and every minute activity, right from a very small excavation that we do, we have an RTR which needs to be submitted by the site engineer before execution, and which will be verified by the safety guy before execution. So all these activities are monitored and tracked. Next is the work permit. As we all know, high-risk activities were involved. Confined space activity was there. Work at height, at depth was there. So all these was digitally mapped and monitored using work permit, which is embedded in Shield. So human risk mitigation process, it actually risk part is eliminated with respect to work permit system. Next, we have UAUC. We have a safety triangle, which we believe that the foundation where we can prevent any hazard from elevating is identifying UAUC proactively and addressing it before it gets escalated. So we have a dedicated UAUC portal where irrespective of safety, all site engineers, people, visitors can receive the access and capture UAUC so that these have been taken care and corrective actions are implemented. We have ETICS, which is a specialized, a higher degree of UAUC where high potential UAUC can be highlighted and escalated to for a much faster corrective action. And the last, we have safety audits as embedded in Shield, where process improvement, change management, continuous improvement with respect to ISO guidelines like 45,001 and 14,001 are monitored. Apart from that, in the next slide, we have virtual reality trainings where we have dedicated modules for workmen who are engaged in this kind of specialized activity, where modules with respect to virtual reality are shown to them so that they have a realistic approach on how the hazards are, how can things go wrong, what is the corrective actions or the measures that they need to do, so that they are well aware apart from the normal training that we have. We also have augmented reality trainings wherein using a phone, we can actually demonstrate in a 3D way how this particular work is done. Visa is another digital platform where we have the workman induction process and skills application are mapped, and all the details with respect to workmen working in the site and everything can be digitally mapped, and it is under one umbrella. Subodh sir, I think after this you can continue.
Yeah, now the benefits what we have derived from this implementation of this EHS management, and we have zero accidents outcome while doing executing this type of work. There was no any accident happened, and neither from the work contractor side nor from the commuter sides. Timely, so we have completed this project outcome and within the stipulated time frame as given by schedule by to the NHRCL. cost. Basically, it is a larger temporary work requires lower risk by constructing large diameters casting foundation approach. The cost was also minimized. And risk and minimization was that like reduce exposure to live highway, deep excavation, gas or ventilation process that was continuously monitored. That eliminates the risk while executing the projects. Improved coordinations with the NHI, local police authorities, and engineer the employer, motivated to complete this project safely. And quality and reliability wise, it was the first project which was executed by L&T with all the stakeholders. It was completed safely, and the quality and reliability was well ensured during the execution. Now, proposed map for the future is like this type of Shinzo pile where it is applicable, where there is a space constraint, ROBs or live traffic boundaries are there, where conventional pricing is difficult. Compared to conventional pile, it decides whether it is compatible with the conditions. Third is the secure controls with the before executing licensing with the local authorities, police, and all others and along with the safety measures that has to be assessed, and sequence of planning to be followed before executing the this type of complex projects. And learnings, basically whatever the learnings which can be replicated in the large infrastructure projects and upcoming high-speed rail projects. Now, limitations like this is a specialized method and supervision is required. So meditation is where we are training our engineers, supervisors, foremen, and based on that training only they execute the work safely. Second was the high dependency of traffic permissions. Before executing the project, we have taken the traffic diversion plan and permissions from the local traffic controls and road divisions, that is National Highway Authority of India. So before,
excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
15 minutes of your presentation are over.
Yeah.
We have 5 more minutes.
Yes. Deep excavation and confined risk. So by adopting the safety measures, this risk can be mitigated. Quality sensitivity during grouting. So by ITPs and continuous supervisions, this can be minimized. And not universal for every foundation. Yeah, this is where it is only useful or benefit outfit equipment and planning and control efforts. This can be minimized. Now, this is the short video which will show the Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Yes, we have quite a few questions. Thanks, Subodh and Yadu. This is quite, again, something that not everybody gets to see such an activity on the site. Because when the pile is covered, we don't know what has gone in, right? So on the EHS, I have one or two questions. Did you have any incidents or near misses during this whole activity?
No, madam.
Any major non-compliances during your audit?
No, there was some suggestions and feedback as additional control measures. We have installed a gantry for rescuing a man basket was kept apart from regular mock drills, which we have installed. Like it will be not feasible enough for a worker to climb in case of incident. That's why we have installed a man cage basket.
Dedicated gantry arrangement was provided.
Okay. And very often we miss testing the laborers, the men who are actually doing all this work on the site for three things: claustrophobia, vertigo, color blindness.
Yes,
because they themselves do not understand what it is. And very often, I think the accidents happen because of this, that a laborer is unable to understand, the signals. Is it green? Is it amber? Is it red? Because of the color blindness. And he doesn't realize himself that he is color blind. Do you test your laborers on
Madam,
that?
it is mandatory for each and every workman to undergo screening. In screening, we have a medical checkup, prior medical employment is there for each and every workman. In this, vertigo test is compulsory, mandatory for each and every individual. Those who are also not working at height also, they are undergo this type of test. And for color blindness, we are regularly doing this before at the inception of the project for where we are doing this pre-employment medical checkup. It is mandatory for each and every workman.
Adding to that, we actually segregate these people. For example, acrophobia or vertigo, we do it for all height work or all activities right from induction stage. They're undergone for color blindness vertigo test. Even if they have high blood pressure, they are monitored and they are tracked. Their weekly blood pressure checking is done. For example, we have a robust health management system along with all these parameters are checked before sending them or deputing them to site. So we have specialized team for specialized activities.
And do you display also on the site that all these things are mandatory?
Display. Apart from that, during this activity, a dedicated round by clock 24/7, a first aider along with the paramedical staff were stationed at the site location.
And the rights of the laborers are also read out to them before the
during induction and screening. During induction and screening, they are well aware of the rights, and as per new labor also, we are at the induction itself, they are well aware.
Good, I'm happy to hear that.
So there is an admin and IR team, ma'am. Also, they do all this rights. What are their rights? So everything after that only they come to the safety induction and medical screening part. So first the rights and their labor laws, everything is briefed to them. Their verification, Aadhaar, everything is done. After that, they come for medical and then for safety induction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Yadu and Subodh. Just one question. So whatever safety metrics you are measuring in this particular pile, did you do a comparison with other piles and in the entire stretch of high-speed train and see anything difference which you found?
Sir, this was the first Shinzo pile. So this was the baseline in entire bullet train project. In other packages, they have adopted this as an idle and compared with the other packages where it is ongoing. Like in C3, it is undergoing. So this was the benchmark for them. And hopefully in upcoming and future projects, what are the necessary improvements that can be comparable.
Did you write some kind of a playbook which they can do for the future or not yet?
Based on that, some papers are published and it will be there in upcoming projects.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Case study. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's our pleasure. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for insightful presentation. May I now request Dr. Raghu for his brief remarks.
We still have some more presentations to see. So today's all presentations are Thank you very much. I think we had 6 presentations today, and each of them touched upon a different angle, and it's quite interesting in the terms of the diversity and the kind of angle what they have done. We still have another 5 presentations tomorrow morning and 3 more in the afternoon. So of course we are kind of marking the participants as we are doing, but I think it's wonderful to see different practices and a lot of good things to learn from the participants who are present here as well as what we have seen online. Each one had made different points which are, let's say, in the safety importance, the kind of overall planning, the nitty-gritty levels, what we saw in the last presentation, vis-a-vis the earlier activity, what is happening. I think it's wonderful. Each participant has done a great job. Keep it up. I think let's listen to the full set of presentations, and then then we will do the final scoring. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and enriching us with your experience and presence today. I now invite Srimati Vidya Basarkot to kindly give us a brief remark, please.
Do I have to take the stage or? Yes, please. I don't think I need the mic. Okay. To all the 6 teams, 2 of them are here. At least you are there, Manoj. And the other teams are there on the screen. I think, like Raghu pointed out, the diversity of topics and how do we engage with the challenges of our profession is very evident, as well as the pride in their profession. Each one of them was full of pride on how they are contributing to the progress of the industry. I think that is very heartening for me. I have been in the industry for more than 4 decades, and the kind of contribution we want to make to the industry from the practitioner's perspective is really very pleasing. And I look forward to the next presentations tomorrow. And once that happens, I think it will be very good that even NICMAR acknowledges in a very demonstrable way on how the practitioners are pumping their ideas back into academia. Yeah? And reciprocating that is very important, that academia responds with equal enthusiasm, equal passion to what the practitioners are saying, and how do you come together so that we reach the common goal of making a great narrative for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable perspectives and inspiring us with your experience. We're truly grateful for the presence of yours today. As we conclude today's Practitioners' Perspective session of ICCRIP 2026, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our respected session chairs, Dr. Raghu and Srimati Vidya, and all our distinguished practitioners and presenters for sharing their valuable insights and experiences. I would also like to thank the track management faculty, organizing committee, technical committee, volunteers, IT support team, administrative staff, and all the participants for their support and active participation. Thank you all for making this session insightful and engaging. We now have tea organized near the auditorium reception. We also invite everyone to join us for the networking dinner. Kindly assemble near the main auditorium entrance at 7 p.m. for departure. The dinner will begin at 7:30 p.m. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.